know what this is. And for those of you that aren't, just chill. See, we're going to get down to the other stuff here in a second. But what I'm always trying to get everybody to understand is everything is vibration. So, before we do anything else, just vibe.
Any takers?
Everything is vibration. Beats by Bless on that music. Let's vibe. Happy birthday, BG. Just let that vibe seep in. Yes, sir. Welcome to this Taurus full moon vibrational therapy. It might be hard to keep calm. Vibe. I call this moonlight, and this is perfect for this full moon. Yeah. We're gonna take just a few minutes to let a few people trickle in, and then we're gonna get down to the nitty-gritty. Now today, that means we're gonna touch on the transits. We're gonna elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. We're gonna howl at this motherfucking full moon that we're in right now. But then after that, we're gonna talk for a few minutes about Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. And then I'm gonna get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. So just vibe. And look, if you haven't smiled yet today, now would be the perfect time to do so. And if you can't find a smile for yourself, please allow me to be the smile on your face. Because at the end of the day, all I am is the smile on your face. All I am is the motherfucking vibe. This is a Taurus full moon vibe. I'd like to welcome you to the PrIcElEs Lounge. Yeah, we PrIcElEs now. What's up, Gabby? Happy birthday, Fonz. Now, before we even go any further, we're going to do it like Peter Griffin. We at the Church of the Fonz. So happy birthday to Fonz, because I just want to say, let the Fonz be with you. And y'all say, also with you. And then I say, let us A. I swear to God, I was high. I was watching Family Guy, and I saw that shit. This motherfucker Peter started the Church of the Fawns, and he said, "The Fawns be with you," and he said, "And also with you," and he said, "Let us A." But yeah, man, let's get back to the vibe. Just vibe. Actually, I think this right here is perfect for that Taurus full moon because it's intense, but it's also subtle. It's intense, but it's also calming. It's powerful, but at the same time, it's beautiful. That's what happens when you have the sun in Scorpio being opposed by the moon in Taurus. And make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. This is a powerful full moon. And I want to say that this channel was actually started on a Taurus full moon. So this is special for me. Just vibe. Book of Wall Street, you can hit my CashApp. That's what you need to do. Let me pin it as a matter of fact. Pin message. Indulge. Do what you need to calm yourself down. This is a Taurus full moon. No better time than now to engage in these sensual pleasures. What's up, Watkins Cat House? Oh, I'm blessed. I want y'all to pay attention to how, when I was on this at the piano, I was ramping up each octave that I'm going in. You feel me? Oh. I gotta be doing something right. If I invoke that much hate in you, that you have to take the time to type out some bullshit, I must be making you feel some type of way. Shout out to the Czech Republic. We're gonna talk about the astrology in just a second, but first, vibe. Now, where do we want to go with this next? Let's keep it jazzy. Let me get to something else jazzy. What do I want to get to? Matter of fact, we're in a full moon. So we need to kiss the moon. Chef's kiss. best time for you to value every sensation. Just feel. Wait till I come in with this cello on that bitch. World breaker. Tell your granny I said hey. Ray Massey. What's up, fam? Y'all hit the like button as you come in the door and then do it, so understand this is not about ego. Oh, no. This is about algorithm. This just helps us expand the platform. That way, if you're not trying to hear what I'm trying to say, at least we can get out to the next motherfucker who is. Let it seep in, cuz. The moon is full, so bullshit is gonna be at an all-time high. And I mean the moon is full right now. We're not just talking about the full moon, we're in it. This is an experience that we're in together. I'm gonna enjoy it. You actually tuned in with one of the coolest cats in the whole motherfucking world. Or as they would say in the 50s, Cat Daddy. My Janine. Watkins Cat House. Just fine. Just take it, baby. Now that we're initiated, for those of you that are not acquainted, this is priceless knowledge of self. We are the Vibe Tribe. There are thousands of us all over the world, so we're not thirsty for subscribers. We're not hungry for attention either. No, we're here to raise this vibration with knowledge and information, and it ain't gonna be for everybody. See, we're gonna talk about astrology and numerology and all types of stuff that help you understand yourself and energy better, and thus raise that vibration. So if it ain't for you, swipe up, bitch. Because there's no point in talking reckless in these comments. We're on a positive vibe. And if that ain't for you, you're just gonna separate yourself from that. And when you do so, either myself or my constituents, meaning my moderators, and there are lots of them, I'm talking about lots of them, they're just not here yet. But when they get here, they're going to ban you immediately. I'm talking about exile you expeditiously. And it has nothing to do with hate. Because that's just what you're doing. And I see it. I don't feel it, but I see it. And so you just separate yourself from the equation. You'll be able to observe. You just won't be able to be a part of this. Nor should you be, because you separated yourself. This is a vibe. You hear me? And so we're going to take just a few minutes to let a few more people trickle in. And then we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. Now, what that means is we're going to listen to the music just for a few more minutes. And then I'm going to get into the astrology of the day. We're going to talk about the transits that are tapping in right now. That means I'm going to give you an energetic forecast. I'm going to elaborate on the aspects that might be affecting you. And then we're going to talk about a little bit of the astrology behind Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson tonight. And then after that, we're going to get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. And look, there's lots of aspects. And they hit us all differently. But these are 5 of the aspects that I see hit hard universally. And I'm talking about in a natal chart. I'm talking about in transit. I'm talking about in synastry. These are aspects that really stick out to me that when they hit, they have an effect. See, there's some stuff that goes on that's more subtle. Or it's just something that's passive. Not these. No, sir, not these. You hear me? So make sure y'all hit the like button as you come in the door. We're going to vibe for just a few more minutes. And so, with this full moon being in Taurus, let me give you something a little expensive. Just vibe. Everything is vibration. Shout out to Love 12, my apprentice. Y'all go subscribe to Anchoring Divinity. That's her channel. She better be dropping some more videos soon. But yeah. I can vouch for her. I can't vouch for everybody, but I can vouch for her because I told her. Hey, ain't nothing about Andrew Tate here, fam. You can go on with that shit. We love women. You hear me? So you can take Andrew Tate and shove him up your ass. Shout out to my boy Beats by Bless on Now Music. Bless on Now. We got the moon in Taurus, so I came through in that forest green. PJ Churchill. Run them numbers up. We finna talk about it in just a minute. Oh, y'all funny, man. This is not a rap channel. This is an astrology channel and a numerology channel and a place of vibes. You dig? We're going to talk about everything in a minute, but first comes the vibe. The knowledge comes naturally, so we'll get to that when we get to it. When it comes, it goes, and when it goes, it flows. But after that, who knows? That's the only rap I got for you. I might do a little rhyming, but it ain't gonna be rapping. We don't give a fuck about whether you're metrosexual, heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, demisexual. You hear me? Asexual. We don't give a damn about your sexuality. We give a fuck about your spirituality. So that will never be an insult here. You need to understand that. We don't give a fuck about that bullshit. You come in calling somebody gay, calling somebody SD, calling somebody whatever the fuck you gonna call them, it's not gonna insult us. It's just gonna insult yourself, and it's also gonna expose you. You hear what I'm saying? Because you wouldn't do that talking in real life. That's why you're taking the time to type it out now. Second, it's no point. There's no fucking point in that shit. It ain't. So, what do we want to listen to now? Let me think. Let me find something that has a beautiful, beautiful jazzy vibe. Let's go here. Let's go here. We're gonna keep it jazzy since I'm looking so snazzy. 90. I be on that type of shit that be having your lady spazzing. Shout out to my nigga 90. He did the drums on this and I did the piano. Back when I used to do this type of shit. It was not really a piano, it's a keyboard, but I was playing the piano on the keyboard. Fun fact, I've been playing piano since I was 4 years old. My grandmother was a music teacher. Majini, I don't know what you're talking about. What troll? Vibing, ain't it? We're gonna talk about the other stuff in a second, but that right there is vibing, bro. For real. That's vibing. Beats by Bless on our music. What's up with you, fam? One day we might need to. It's been so long, bro. It's like, even with when it comes to like rapping or just, and sometimes people need to know, like, it is like riding a bike, but it's not. You do need to stay on top of it. Do need to constantly practice. If you are somebody who writes music, you do need to write music as often as possible, because it does keep you in the flow, in the state of things. It's good to take breaks too when you're having writer's block or whatever. But for my people that are creatives, when you're writing, whether it's music or whether it's novels, short stories, when you're a writer, it is great for you to stay on and keep writing, because you can get what I would call rusty. You get what I'm saying? And so just keep that creativity flowing. That's something that's beautiful. For me, I would also say being in the studio is something that I haven't done in so long that I would have to get jitters out again. And I mean, I spent years of my life in studios, and I've been in studios with some industry people. But I would just say that it just being in the swing and being in the studio and being comfortable in the studio, being comfortable with the lingo when you're in the studio, being comfortable with critiques, finding your method of recording that works for you, that gets the sound that you're looking for, is something that does take time for you to develop. And so as you get in there, that's why it's you can hear an artist with one producer and they're going to sound completely different with another producer. And you can hear them with one engineer, and you can see where their sound just isn't the same when they don't have the same engineer. And so that's something that's very important in its own right. But anyway, we're going to get off of that. Are y'all ready to talk about what's going on cosmically? What's up, Vanessa? Pirate Gaming, what's up, fam? Let me get back to this though real fast, because I gotta let me see what we're gonna start the run to. Oh, that's perfect. Now, let's get into the astrology. See, we're actually in a full moon as we speak. And that means the sun is at 23 degrees of Scorpio. And we've kind of already talked about what that means. Ultimately, that means things hit just a little bit deeper. Everything's just a little bit more extreme. Whether it become emotions or whether it's reactions. You dig? It's one thing or the other, and there is no middle ground. It's black or it's white. It's good or it's evil. It's love or it's hate. It's obsession or indifference. And sometimes indifference is worse than hate. It's either pleasurable or it's dangerous. Sometimes it's both. Yeah. This is Scorpio season. You might find yourself operating at extremes. It's like sometimes you really care and you really have the best intentions, but other times there's something from deep inside of you that bubbles up, this dark part of yourself. Yeah, it's there. This is shadow season. And you can never kill the shadow. You integrate it. But you have to be careful, because sometimes when you're trying to integrate it, you end up feeling denigrated. And that's a problem in its own right. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. We just getting started with this shit. This is priceless knowledge of self. You done fucked up and swiped into some trail shit today. You did. Now, the sun is trying to Neptune right now. And that is important, because this is going to develop more and more over the weekend as we come into Monday, and that's when it'll be exact. And so, I would say this is where you do feel things so deeply that it can be a great time for creativity, but it can also be where you feel things so deeply that you get confused. This is a whole spectrum of emotion. This is where that stuff that's stifled and that stuff that doesn't even belong to you comes into play. This is where you are sensitive to everything. But that can also help you be a help to the situation. It can also help you express it healthily. But it's almost natural because this is a trine. But this is a water trine. So this does have to do with your feelings. Remember that. It does have to do with how the fuck you feel. So it's a great time to be creative. It's a great time to help somebody, to really be there for somebody in a tough crisis. But this is also where you feel so strongly about something, you might not be seeing it as clearly as you should be seeing it. That's the sun trine to Neptune, and it's automatic. You know, they say emotions rule reason. And so when you get too emotional about something, it's hard for you to be reasonable. It's hard for you to be logical. And so this is one of those things where the situation in the world, where things that you pick up from the culture, where projections or expectations, where your sensitivity can really bring up some old trauma. But see, some of us can take that and channel it creatively. I've been through this. I've experienced the very depths of toxicity. I myself am an expression of that sometimes. Let me make something artistic that helps you feel that. Do you dig? Just vibe. That's where we at with this. Now, the moon is at 23 degrees of Taurus as we speak. So, that means we're in a full moon exactly right now. And when you have the sun opposite to the moon, this is what happens. This is where there's something that needs to be released. In this case, it might be something that needs to be killed. There's something that you need to feel. You need to be patient with yourself and allow yourself to feel it so that you can put it to bed, put it to rest, put it away. You did. Now, let me also say, when we're in a full moon, and this being Scorpio and Taurus, this is where you need to realize there might be something that shakes you from your comfort zone today. But if you want to change for real, you got to get out of your comfort zone. You got to look to the sun, because the sun is going to stay in Scorpio. The moon is going to move on in 2 days. Well, really, it's going to move on tomorrow because we're at 23 degrees. So tomorrow, the moon will go into Gemini, and that's when the craziness really kicks in. All that stuff that you've been wallowing in can end up being a problem. And so it's a good time today to be patient. Make it all worth it. Realize what is worth it. You understand? But you got to realize, if you want true change, and Scorpio does represent intense change, if you need to transform, that means you need to get out of your motherfucking comfort zone. And this is just what I would call a regular full moon. It's not an eclipse, so it's only going to last about 2.5 days. But these 2.5 days are big. This is something that you need to pay attention to. You dig? Be patient with yourself. You can't help how you feel. And we all have our own shit. Remember that. Respect the process of change. See, when you look at the process of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, or a caterpillar even turning into a moth, it first has to liquefy everything. You dig? It has to liquefy everything. There's a process that takes place. It liquefies until it's only the primordial parts, and then it reforms when it's in the cocoon. You dig? And so when you look at this right here, we're talking about a full moon in Taurus. Right here is just understand that this is a process. Change doesn't happen overnight. Things can change, but this real change is something that has to occur in a process. So when you see this, be patient with the process of change that you're going through with yourself. Enjoy the process. You signed up for this. This is a full moon in Taurus right now. And that's, you know what's funny? Is we have this full moon in Taurus and we have this fight tonight. And I'm not going to get into a prediction. We'll talk about that in a minute. But I will say this. This is about the money. This is not a boxing fight for a belt. This is an event to make money. That's the first thing you need to understand about Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Before we even get into our determination, remember that. This is not a fight for a championship or for a belt or for an opportunity to fight at a belt or a championship. This is an event to make money. The moon is in Taurus. This is a show. It's being billed as an event. Plain and simple. You need to remember that. Some of us lose our mind. We get so caught up in the emotions of things that we're not realizing what it really is. So you need to be patient. We need to be patient and understand this is an event. And I'll tell you more in a minute, because I actually have their charts here. My laptop is updated, so I couldn't bring it in here right now, and I'm not at the at the disposal of my at my other PC, and so I'm gonna have to use my phone here in a second. But I did download their charts. I am gonna take a quick look at it. I will look at the astrology of the day real quick, and we'll do it. I didn't do a whole video, and I'll tell you why in a minute, but. Just understand, the first thing I want you to understand, while we're talking about the moon being full in Taurus today, this is a money grab. It's a money grab. It's an event. All right? Remember that. So temper your expectations to that. Please. Now, just please understand, we're in the full moon in Taurus. We're already in it. So there's really nothing that I can tell you that's going to help the situation, because we're in the fullest part of it right now. I can just tell you what's happening, what you need to be doing while it's happening. You need to be chilling the fuck out. You need to be understanding that real change is going to be a process, and that process is going to have to take you out of your motherfucking comfort zone. It is. And it really does matter what house it is to you. For me, this is in my 2nd and 8th house axis. The sun is in my 2nd house. The moon is in my 8th house. So I need some money. I need some money from this. Somebody hit that Cash App that's pinned right there in the chat right there. Hit the super sticker, the super thanks, or the super chat. I need some money for this. This is actually aspect of my Jupiter at 22 degrees of Pisces in my 6th house. So I'm here working. I'm sharing my gifts. So yeah, that's where we at with this. Now, yeah. Now this full moon is conjunct to Uranus. That's probably why I say you need to get out of your comfort zone. This full moon could present you with some unique opportunities to make some money. So if you're a betting person, today is the day to gamble. I'm letting you know. If you are a betting person, today is the day to gamble. This is a full moon conjunct Uranus. So we on that shit. In Taurus. So money does matter today. Now the beautiful thing is that the moon is exalted in Taurus. The moon is exalted in Taurus. And so being a full moon, this is actually something that might be helpful for a lot of people. You just need to be calm. You need to be calm and be patient with yourself and with life and with the process of change, the transformation that we're all going through, the transition of power that we're about to witness, all of it. We need to chill the fuck out. We need to be patient. All right? Now, today, for the next 2 days, as we're in this full moon in Taurus energy, and it's going to kick into Gemini tomorrow, it's going to get interesting. It might even get messy. To still be in a full moon energy and for it to shift from Taurus to Gemini, it's going to be a whole bunch of talking tomorrow that it's going to be interesting. Let's just say that. It's Scorpio. It's going to be some fucking messy shit, some nosy shit, some fucking investigative ass shit going on tomorrow. I promise you. I guarantee it. All right? But right now, you just need to be calm. Please. Just be calm with yourself. Be calm with the process. I promise you'll be all right. Fuck. I'm just playing. I was about to snap on one. Man, hit the like button, man. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We finna talk about this stuff more and more. I see you haters and I love you. Investigating. No, more like internet detectives. Helldiver 14. Like internet detectives. People trying to pick everything apart. It's gonna go down. You did. Internet detectives. I guarantee it. Now. Yeah, the full moon is conjunct to Uranus, or Uranus, depending on how you want to pronounce it. But let me be honest, when I announced that, yeah, you can't expect the unexpected in a certain way tonight. But I still think no matter what happens, even if Mike Tyson wins tonight, we'll talk about it in a minute, I still want y'all to understand that I feel like it's all for show. I think it's all for show. I think Jake Paul is full of shit. I think Mike is full of shit. It's all for show. That's what I believe. And we'll talk about the astrology of it here in a second. But I'm just letting you know now. It's all for show. But that doesn't mean you can't make some money off of it. For those of y'all that are betting people, that doesn't mean you can't make some money off of it. All right. You just got to look at the logistics of it all. But I guess we'll see. I want to believe. I want to believe. But I also, my better judgments, everything in my better judgment screams no. Yes, that's the real Mike Tyson. Sports kid. Now we're not going to do that. He is the same. He went through a lot of things. Mike has always been like that. And we'll talk more about it. We'll look at his chart in a minute. But Mike Tyson has always been like that. That is the same Mike Tyson. He's just older. That's what happens when you get old. That is the same fucking dude. Mike Tyson has always been like this. You have to understand the nature of Mike. All right. And we'll look at his chart in a minute. I'll tell y'all his placements in a minute. And then we'll understand it. But we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But yeah, full moon in Taurus, just stay calm. No matter what happens, stay fucking calm. That's what I want you to do. Stay fucking calm and enjoy the process. And if you have Taurus placements, like who just asked me about Taurus placements? Helldiver14 said, what if you're a Taurus? Just indulge today. Today is the day to rest, chill, and enjoy life, and just be calm with the process and everything. And maybe even I would say what I would call just be safe today. Stay in a place today where you can prepare for the changes that you're about to be confronted with. Use this full moon energy right here in Taurus to heal yourself intensely and to prepare yourself for what's to come. And so just chill the fuck out. Just chill the fuck out. We're already in the full moon. And so I would have probably brought a whole soliloquy about this full moon, but the fact of the matter is I came here at this time today on purpose. I got up earlier, I worked out and did the things I needed to do as far as getting myself right so that I could come live specifically when we were in the full moon, because we just need to chill right now. That's what we all need to do, is just chill. That's why I played the music that I played specifically. Everything here has been strategically put into place, all right? So we can calm the fuck down and just chill. All right, we can enjoy this process with each other. You know, that's the thing what a lot of us get away from is, man, like, you are living a sensational life. And when I say sensational, I mean there's everything here that can pique your senses no matter what's going on. And so allow yourself to really feel that shit deeply and understand there's going to be some things that pull you out of your comfort zone, but you have to enjoy that process too, because that's where the real change comes from. All right? With the things being so intense and it being Scorpio season, that full moon in Taurus is like a centering point. It's like a calming point. It's like cool out. Now, the thing is that this is conjunct to Uranus. So be calm. And if you be calm, and you be willing to adapt and you don't get too stubborn or get stuck or get complacent or get lazy, then you actually might see a unique opportunity present itself to you. So yeah. First of all, y'all are some morons. Andrew Tate is not black. Andrew Tate does not love women. Andrew Tate is a motherfucking moron. A motherfucking fool. And I know some of y'all love Andrew Tate. No, fuck Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is a fucking fool who is disrespectful to women. And I would never. Please understand, I would never. All right? If y'all love Andrew Tate, that's on y'all. If y'all here and y'all are part of the Vibe Tribe, you love Andrew Tate, as some people do, More power to you, but he's a fucking moron to me. Fucking moron. So you can take that how you want to take it. I don't even play them type of games. Tate is a bitch. Now, let's talk about Mercury real quick. See, Mercury is sitting at 16 degrees of Sagittarius. So here's the thing with Mercury and Sagittarius. This is where people are looking over the hills and far away. This is where people are seeing the big picture. But people are so focused on the big picture that they might be missing what's right in front of their motherfucking face. You might be so focused on what's over the hills and far away that you're missing out on the motherfucking present moment. This is Mercury in Sagittarius. Mercury is in detriment in Sagittarius. And then when you look at Sagittarius, Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter. Where's Jupiter? Jupiter is in Gemini. Jupiter happens to be in detriment in Gemini. Well, what rules Gemini? Mercury. So these two hitting each other off right here is an issue, and they're opposite to each other at the same time. And so this right here is stupid energy. People are missing the motherfucking point right now. There's a lot of shit being said. There's a lot of information out there, but most of it is bullshit. And a lot of the stuff that's just being said is motherfuckers just talking. And just because you're being honest doesn't mean that should have been said. Just because you're being honest and saying how the fuck you see it doesn't mean your perspective is true or correct or solicited. Sometimes we don't give a fuck what you gotta say. You can keep that shit to yourself. Stop talking to me. And then you also just have to look at it like this. With Mercury and Sagittarius, there's a whole bunch of know-it-all energy out here. When you see Mercury and Sagittarius, a lot of people aren't going to learn a whole bunch of new shit. Because they think they know everything already. And what can you tell a motherfucker that knows everything? Don't worry. I'll wait. Nothing. You can't tell them shit. Nada. Nathan. Nothing. What's up, Iris, the rainbow goddess from Bushwick? Is it Flatbush or Bushwick? From Brooklyn, either way. From motherfucking Brooklyn. Shout out to my homegirl. Yeah, she from Bushwick. From Bushwick, Brooklyn. She don't fucking play. If you can't take getting cussed out, you can't date Iris. She cusses all her dudes out. Yeah. She fuck around and get your ass whooped at the deli. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button yet. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Join the motherfucking membership tab. Be a member of the tribal council and support the channel for real if you about that shit. It ain't nothing but $4 or $5 a month. Do that shit. Alright. There's also exclusive members only content that I've started doing and that I'm gonna keep doing. And then we'll start having members only live sessions too. Oh, Iris, see, you about to get me started. Don't not be having ugly feet. Before I even go any further, look. If you got ugly feet or if your toes are long and you got that extra joint to where them motherfuckers is just too long, what you need to go do is put some socks on right fucking now if you don't got no socks on, and put your head in the toilet and go flush it 3 fucking times right now. If your feet are fucked up, stay the fuck away from me. Because I'm going to let you know. I'm a Pisces moon. And so I'm kind of uncomfortable around ugly ass feet. That's the truth of it all. I'm uncomfortable around ugly ass feet. That's the truth. If your feet is fucked up, just stay the fuck away from me. And don't, look, if you have like that extra fat on the side of your big toe, if your big toe is just like chubby on the sides, I don't like that. If you got a fungus toe and that you got that one nigga toe that's just thicker and rougher than the rest of them, that toenail that's just like a velociraptor thing and it's just thick, like you can't even cut it with the regular toenail clippers. If you gotta get the ones that look like scissors and really get on that bitch, if your toenail bleeds because it's so fucking thick, and that's on you. If look, I'm not done yet. If you got them little chubby ass feet like baseball mitts, where the pad of your feet is just super fat, go put your head in the toilet and flush it right now, and make sure you don't ever take your socks off around me. Because I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like I don't want to do anything sexually to feet. I don't have a fetish per se, but I do have a thing where I could never be attracted to a woman who does not have attractive feet to me. All right? Like, that's the truth. And you'll be like, my feet are pretty. And then you look at them like, no, they fucking not. You had some old-ass nigga named Charles in the comment section somewhere that done seen your feet and said, oh, you got perfect feet. No, you don't. Charles says that to everybody. All right? We're not going to do that. That's just the truth. Now, I will say this. I don't care if your booty big, if your face is beautiful, if your feet are not hitting for me, I'll never fuck with you. And let me also say, feet can save you. Feet can save you. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I love women with pretty feet. You can be busted and disgusted, but if you just got them pretty ass feet, I might start looking at you differently. You dig? It's so much going on. Like I never liked Glorilla before. I never thought Glorilla was attractive. She got some big ass head. But the other day she was on Casanat's stream and she said, look, I got cute feet. In her way that she be talking with that accent. And all of a sudden, I hated her accent before, but when she said that and she showed them feet, like all of a sudden I thought her accent was so cute. Like, oh my God. Like, when she said, screws me. And all that shit. And so I'm like, oh, look at Glow. And then I saw, who was it? She's annoying as fuck. Oh, Bobby Altoff. And some people say, well, you already been saying you have a crush on Bobby Altoff. But I seen Bobby Altoff's feet. I said, damn. Look at Bobby. Hey, Helldiver. Nah, Glow for real. Glow for real got like a glow to her. Like when I started seeing, I was like, dang, she do be glowing. I swear to God, I was like, man, she do be glowing, don't she? I said, oh, that's why her name is Glorilla. As soon as I seen them feet, I said, man, she got, like, she really be glowing. And she makes good spaghetti, but I don't like no sugar in my spaghetti. I know that's, some people down south like to do that shit, and I'm from the South. I'm from West Texas. But that shit right there, I'm not with that shit. Don't put no motherfucking sugar in my spaghetti. Get it? Corey Wallen, how about we talk about your whackness? Like, how about we talk about your mama? You know, my fucking nerves, bro. What's up, Water Bearer? How you doing, fam? But nah, for real though. Like, you got me onto the feet before I go any further. It is like that though. Like, I cannot be attracted to a woman who does not have attractive feet to me. I don't care what the rest looks like. I don't care what her personality's like. If she does not have attractive feet for me, I can't fuck with her. Now, on the other end of that, I can't all of a sudden start fucking with somebody all of a sudden because I was like, damn, that motherfucker got some pretty ass feet though. AJ, you have no personality in somebody's chat. Like, you in my chat hating. You swipe into my shit. You see all the people that are here? They came to see me. So maybe you should start your channel where you critique people and you tell them how they can behave. And then we'll go subscribe to you. If not, shut your motherfucking ass up right now. Yeah. Bald-headed, teeth fucked up, but still killing you in every category. I mean, every category. God damn, y'all people these days, y'all social media people are like, y'all lose touch with what's real and what fucking matters. Get the diamond tester out. You think everybody walks around with diamond testers? No, this is some social media shit. You seen a motherfucker do that shit on Facebook Reels. And so now you think that's something that's normal. You think that's something that happens. Shut your stupid ass up. Y'all gonna make, it's a full moon. Y'all gonna make me get all of y'all today. Like, you a fucking whole moron. You think that's how real life works? You think that's how real life works? You think you can walk up to a dude from the streets with a diamond tester, no matter what his diamonds are? That motherfucker slap the shit out of you. Like, y'all motherfuckers are crazy, man, in these chats. Did he? Like, I understand this is the perfect way for you to exercise your demons, for you to be the type of person that can say the things that you would never have the courage to say in real life. Hey, get it out. I understand it. That's why I don't get upset about it. That's why I'm not mad. Because this is the place where you can come in and I'd have made you feel some type of way where you just feel hateful inside of you because you can't compete with me. And so you just come up on this bullshit. And so you're just disrespecting yourself. You just dumb. Because I got, look, you see these people in the comments? I got hitters. I got motherfuckers that will delete your shit so fast. Do you understand that? Please. They will delete you so fast and hide you from here because they love me. Because I do something for them. Stupid motherfuckers, man. Like, I can understand looking at somebody like, this motherfucker got yellow teeth, but to type it out, like, that takes effort and energy. It is like, that takes effort and energy for you to type out some stupid, hateful shit. And all you do is exclude yourself from the real shit. From this vibe, from this knowledge, from this love. You understand that? Who gives a fuck where my chains came from? That's the thing, like, me chains on, me chains on, empty, like, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? How does it affect your everyday life at all? I'm trying to help you out. Because you saying that doesn't affect me. You understand? It just, all it does is expose you. You're bald, bro. Chill. Your mama, your girl, your sister, they would all love to rub this bald head. You understand that? I love it. Shit. And I only entertained it because it's fun. What's up, Empress of Air and Fire? Hold up, I don't think they was talking. Watkins Cat House, I know you're going off. I think he was talking to them. Oh, Divine Sparks is. Hold up, let me unhide him just so I can get on his ass. I'm about to get to the other stuff in a minute, but this is fun. Hold on, let me unhide everything here. Thank you for taking care of that. But look, Divine Sparks. Hey, bro. I'm not projecting anything. I haven't said anything negative to anyone that didn't say anything in these comments. You're taking the time. There's no insecurities here. You understand that? You said, how are you online deflecting and projecting your own insecurities on people's lives? Go get you a life, dude. This is my live, first of all. While we're talking about life and lives, this is my live that you are projecting your insecurities in and to. Oh, okay, Divine Sparks. My bad. I love you, bro. But yeah, y'all will be okay. This will run the numbers up. Just smile right now. We're going to get into the astrology right now. That's my last time entertaining it. The moon is full, so I'm going to blame it on the full moon. I almost werewolfed on y'all motherfucking ass. But look, I'm not even mad. It's just, I mean, I just had time. You get what I'm saying? I had time for a second. What the fuck does that shit matter? Like, why does, or how do you take the time to type that shit? I mean, I know because I be trolling. So I ain't mad at you. I be trolling. I try not to, but I be trolling. So I understand. But what's the fucking point? This is some positive shit. This is something that might help you in your motherfucking day. I might be able to tell you some stuff to help you make some money. Empress of Air and Fire, that's fine. We'll see you later. I'm fixing to get into the channels, but yeah. I might be able to help you out. Logan, you said, what's my Jupiter? My Jupiter is in Pisces in the 6th house. 22 degrees of Pisces in my 6th house. What wig? Yeah, my Jupiter is 22 degrees of Pisces. Now, let's get back to the astrology. I'm done entertaining the bullshit. All right, I had to entertain it for a minute, y'all. I'm sorry. AsPeCtS said they're a Virgo Scorpio. What's up with it? Who will win, John or Stipe? John. But I haven't looked at the astrology. I need to look at the astrology of it, and then I'll be able to judge off the astrology of it. But that's when I feel like John. But usually, what I say personally is not what the astrology says. They'll be all right. It's not gonna bother me. Thank you for the love, though, Barbara Furtick. I feel like John got it, but I would have to look at the astrology of the night. This is how I do my method for elections and fights and anything that's competitive in that right like that. But I don't like to do it with team stuff. I only want to do it on stuff that's one-on-one. And so what I would do is I would look at John's chart. I would look at Stipe's chart. And then I would look at the night of the fight specifically. And then what I would do is, even though one might have a better chart for a fighter, whoever has the favorable transits for that night is usually what I'm going to look at. But there's going to be key things because both of them could have favorable transits. But you can see something where there's one thing that sticks out. Like when we had Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. I love Errol Spence. But the astrology did not favor Errol Spence. And actually, Errol Spence has a better chart for a fighter. And both of them actually don't have the best charts for boxers, even though they are some of the better boxers in the world. Terrence Crawford is a Libra with Mars in Virgo. So, he's a technician, and that could also speak to his ambidextrousness. But that does not make him the most aggressive. Hell, Deontay Wilder is a fucking Libra. Now, that makes sense for him now, but it didn't at one point. Anthony Joshua is a Libra. Floyd Mayweather is a Pisces. Errol Spence is a Pisces. Canelo's a Cancer. Oscar is a Cancer. So the stuff that people would think were fighters, Aries, Sagittarius, a lot of the times, those are not the better fighters. Not professionally. So yeah. And Lindsay Schwartz, yes, I can help you what you need to do about your life. That does matter though. But anyway, I've never been wrong about a fight. I wasn't wrong about the election. Because I separate my feelings from the equation and I look at the astrology. And I could actually help y'all make some money off that shit if you paid attention. Anybody that's here been on this channel for a long time, in the comments, chat, let them know. Have I ever been wrong about a fight or the election at all? Am I ever wrong about anything, really, when it comes to astrology or numerology? No. You fucking with one of the coldest. Helldiver 14, you said, what do I think about Trump being president? I think what I think doesn't matter because Trump is the president now. A democratic process played out. You understand? That's the way I look at that. Just so we clear that up. You say, how do I feel about Trump being president? How I feel does not matter. Trump is the president now. Or he's the president-elect. And so how I feel personally doesn't matter. This is what it is. This is who the people chose. This is how democracy works in the United States of America. So that's how it is. Doesn't matter how I fucking feel. That's what's up. That's what it is about that. Doesn't matter how anyone feels about it. This is what it is. This is the direction that we chose to go in. So yeah, that's how democracy works. All right. So we'll talk about Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul in just a few minutes. All right, I have both of their charts here. We're going to look at it. We're already talking about where the transits are today, so we'll have a reference point for all of this also. All right? Real quick. Now, yeah, Mercury is in Sagittarius, so people are going to be blunt. People are going to be saying it how they see it, but that doesn't mean what you're seeing is correct. You get what I'm saying? Like, when people say, I call it like I see it. Okay, you're calling it like you see it, but that doesn't mean you're seeing it correctly or objectively. You're seeing it idealistically. You're seeing what you want to see. See, that's another thing with Sagittarius. You're not seeing what it is. You're seeing what you want to see. You're looking how things should be or ought to be instead of what they are. That's Mercury in Sagittarius. And that's also Mercury opposite to Jupiter. There's just so much being said. All right? What is really relevant? Not much. I mean, I've given a lot of information in this live session. But at the same time, have you seen me go off and talk about some bullshit? Yes, like there's just so much being fucking said right now. Mercury's opposite to Jupiter. It's hard to fucking concentrate. There's no sense of discernment either. There's lots of information being put out there. There's lots of shit being said. But how much of it is applicable? And people are just fucking talking out of the side of their neck. People are just talking out of the side of their fucking neck right now, man. Abhishek, your birthday is September 7th. What can I say about that? That just would mean that you are a Virgo. I would have to know more about it to know. But that would just let me know that you're a Virgo. I would have to know more. It's the specific dates and times to look at it for. But yeah, what was a bad question? Who asked for a bad question? Helldiver. Oh, you said sorry for asking. That's not a bad question. That's my answer to that question. So it doesn't matter how I feel emotionally about Donald Trump. He is the president-elect of the United States. The majority of people chose Donald Trump to be the president of the United States. So this is what it is. And so me being emotional about it one way or the other, for or against, doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't help. It just doesn't help. Watkins Cat House. He's not asking. He's not saying they're an 11-2. He's saying a 9-7. That's the day they were born. Is 9-7. So there's a 9 and a 7 there. But you look at the 7 being a birthday, it can make a person analytical. It's going to make a person introspective. But without me knowing the year and knowing the full life path, I would not speak on it personally. Not me. So he's not talking about their life path. He's judging off their birthday number. And yeah. Just so we know. Now, Mercury's also trying to Chiron. So people are speaking their truth, and that's helpful, even if it causes conflicts. People speaking their truth is something that is helpful. Please understand that. It's automatic. You being blunt, you being honest, then, hey, that also helps you be aware. Ice and Snow Show. So, yeah. Sakshi. Sidepyo. So Aquarius is your sun sign. That's what's up. Aries is your moon sign. That's what's up. But yeah, Venus is at 4 degrees of Capricorn. This is where people are going to have an affection for standing on business. This is where people want you to start taking things seriously, and especially in your interactions with other people. Does this make sense? Is this worth the time and effort and the investment that I'm putting into it? If not, I ain't finna even fuck around. See, this is Venus in Capricorn. This is where we need a definition. We might even need a title. If you bout it, we need to make it official like a referee's whistle. If not, you need to dismiss them. This is Venus in Capricorn. Venus in Capricorn is, hey, what are we? What is this type energy? And it's also where people don't want to play games. Like we just do not want to see a whole bunch of games being played. All right. My time, my energy, my affection, my money is an investment. And I need to see a proper return on this investment. Because I ain't trying to waste my time, my energy, my money on now, motherfucker. That's in business and in personal affairs. Just so we know. Make pizza great again. That's what's up. Shout out to your mom. I'm a Pisces moon. But I'm a Cancer sun. Libra rising with Pluto and Scorpio in the first house. Mercury and Venus in Leo in the 10th house. Mars in Capricorn in the 4th house. Jupiter in Pisces in the 6th house. I'm all of that. But yeah, Venus is in Capricorn. And Venus is square to the North Node. This is where you might be taking things too seriously. And this is where you are worried about the impression being given off or impressing. And so that gets in the way of authentic growth. And people, they want a plan to come together. There's nothing sexier than a plan coming together with Venus and Capricorn. Or discipline. That's also very important. But with the North Node in Aries, it's like, nah, we got to do something and do something now. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to be doing something, motherfucker. And so this is kind of how it goes. All right. And so when you see Venus square to the North Node, this is where you're taking things too seriously, and at the same time, you might be worried about the wrong thing in the mix. All the Capricorns voted for Trump. Oh man, that's what's up. That's on you though. All the fucking Capricorns voted for. I had a big debate with one of my best friends. I wouldn't say best friends. I said best. One of my good friends is what I should have said. That sounded weird. But one of my good friends, I had a debate with him, and ultimately he was just like, "Hey man, I'm about the economy, my nigga." And so I definitely, I respect everybody's choices now. It's over with. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't fucking matter. But yeah. And then Mars is in Leo. Mars is actually at 3 degrees of Leo. And so when you see Mars sitting here at 3 degrees of Leo, I want you to know this is the bold approach. This is confidence. This is the confidence you need to proceed. This is the confidence you need to succeed. You just need to believe. You understand? And that belief ain't in the situation. It ain't in anybody else. It's in itself. This is Leo. You need to believe in yourself. You need to have confidence in what the fuck you can do, because you can do all things. Let your confidence be your competence. Yeah, and then Mars is trine to the North Node. Venus is square, Mars is trine, so you just need to believe in you. You just need to do. This gives you the confidence to go and take care of whatever. You just need to confront things head on. And the thing is, people say, well, you need to have faith in God. Well, as I told you last time, having faith in you is having faith in God, because God is inside of you. You understand that? Believe in you. Believe in your ability to change the narrative. Believe in your ability to fight through anything. You can. Because what other choice you got? You gonna die? Okay. We all do. We all fucking do. This is Mars in Leo. You need to approach situations like you own them. You need to walk in the room like they belong to you. You understand? You need to approach shit like it's already yours. I know both of my parents have Mars in Leo. And so I know. Mars in Leo is doing things with style and flair. You dig? I'm finna put my personal touch on this shit. I'm finna do it like only I can. Keep your ordinary ass over there. You dig? Damashki, this is definitely not anything random. If you knew anything about anything, you'd understand there's nothing random to this. So basically, the formula is type some bullshit that you don't understand, dismiss something that you don't understand, and then look like a fucking moron. Right? That's the that's the formula for you. I get it. Oh man. Logan, you said if your Virgo sun in the 4th house squares your north and south node in Sagittarius and Gemini, as well as your midheaven and 9th house in Aquarius, is traveling something you need to do? I mean, I wouldn't say need, but if you feel like you should, you should. You know what I'm saying? That's not something that's prominent. Is your south node or your north node in Sagittarius? If your north node is in Sagittarius, traveling is something that you need to do. Isis Snow Show says you need to travel regardless. Then travel. I think some people do need to travel, but like I said, you need to figure out what you need to do for you on your own as far as those type of things. Because if the placements pointed out, you have prominent 9th house placements or you have prominent Sagittarius placements, I say, yeah, travel. You need to be abroad. Like for me, my son is in the 9th house. I'm somebody who does better away from home. I do better when traveling. Traveling is something that's very enriching for me. You understand? And I have Saturn in Sagittarius. I have Uranus in Sagittarius. So with those Sagittarius placements, with my son being in the 9th house, that is something that is helpful for me and healthy for me. But for everybody, that's not right. Some people have stuff in their 9th house that makes traveling dangerous for them. Some people have stuff that actually is like, whenever I travel, I end up taking a loss or something bad happens to me. So yeah, that's how we get with that. Just so we know. Logan said your North Node is in Gemini in the 1st house, but your Mars and Moon are both in Sagittarius. Yeah, traveling is something that's good for you. It's natural for you to do. Your soul probably calls you to travel. But I don't want you to just travel and just go see the sights. It's not just about the experience. It's about the people with your North Node in Gemini. You need to be talking to people. You need to be communicating and learning as much as you can from the people there. And so for you, traveling and seeing the sights is one thing. But actually going and becoming involved in these places and learning something actively is something that could be very helpful for you also. Somebody needs to smile right now. Get that fucking hate out your heart and smile right motherfucking now. We still got a lot to go. We ain't even through with the transits. We still got to talk a little bit about Mike Tyson and Jace Paul. I got to look at their charts, tell you their placements, give my quick assessment of what I think real quick, and then we need to talk about the top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. So just shut the Oh, they fucked up when they let me get the joy of life back in me. I lost it for a little bit there because I was so worried all the time. But when I got my motherfucking everything's back, they fucked up. Now, that bitch has a vibe to it too. That vibe right there. Saturn's go. I do freestyle, but I'm not gonna freestyle right now. That would be too much with all these people in the chat. Like, then they will get it misconstrued what this channel is about. All right, you're a Capricorn, Saturn's go. Why is your name Saturn's go? Helldiver 14, you said, what is a mod? Moderators are the people in the chat that I have designated that have been here for years. Some of them, there's probably 50 of them, and they make sure that people don't get too disrespectful. They remove people from the chat. They put polls. They post links if I need somebody to post a link to something. They're moderating. They're keeping the chat in everything that it needs to be right there. Steve Morton, you said, is this my beat? No. Some of these are my beats, and some of them are made by Beats by Bless Zone Out Music, who's also in the chat. But yeah, Beats by Bless Zone Out Music. He's here somewhere. But he made a lot of these beats. He didn't make this one. But I made some of them. A couple of other producers that I collaborated with made some of them. And then Beats by Bless Zone Out Music made most of them. Yes, we have our own producer in that bitch. Felix the Rebel. I will drop some knowledge about that next week. We'll talk about Pluto going into Aquarius for the next 20 years next week. We'll talk about it on Monday, as a matter of fact. That's what I'm going to talk about on Monday. All right? I'm not taking my glasses off. I mean, it doesn't bother me to take my glasses off. What you need to see. Yeah, that does suck, Saturn's go. But yeah, we'll talk about this as it happens on Monday. All right, but we need content continuously, so we gonna get ahead of ourselves. Pluto will go back into Aquarius for the whole next 20 years on Monday. Saturn is direct today. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes. But yeah, Jupiter is at 19 degrees of Gemini, retrograde until February 5th, 2025. And so, with Jupiter retrograde in Gemini, this is where shit just gets messy and sloppy. It's interesting. We can't deny we live in very interesting times. This shit is even stimulating. But it's also messy. It's also sloppy. It's also childish. It's just what we're experiencing right now. And I mean, there's stuff to be learned from it. You have Jupiter sextile to Chiron. There's plenty of stuff that you can learn. But more than anything else, you're going to be learning from mistakes, whether the mistakes you've made or the mistakes you observe other people make. You're just going to be learning from some mistakes right now. Like, there's going to be lots of fucking mistakes. There's going to be lots of misquotes. There's going to be lots of people who misspeak. There's going to be lots of shit that gets misconstrued. There's going to be a lot of misinformation. There's just going to be a lot of bullshit out here right now. And then this is also where people spend so much energy on the wrong shit. It's like they wasted their time. This is Gemini. It's like, we did a whole bunch of shit. We expelled a lot of energy, but what did we actually get accomplished? So yeah. Saturn's go. You said, any advice for a blind man trying to connect with spirit? I think the best thing you can do, you know, and I because I wouldn't say anything specific for a blind person, you know what I mean? Because this is something that's universal for everyone. Don't search for it externally. Your relationship with the divine is something that you need to develop from inside of yourself outwardly. It's something that you learn to identify with, the divine parts of you, the divinity or the main line to the divine that resides inside of you. You got to learn how to tap into that. We get so caught up in this in this culture that we've created that's supposed to be spiritual. But people forget that real spirituality is a inner journey. And so you need to remember that all of this stuff that you're looking for is inside of you when you're on a spiritual journey. And that means you don't need your eyes to see. You understand? It's inside of you. You don't need to look. So when you think about it being blind, you don't need to see anything externally. You just need to feel. And you have plenty of that. But yeah. What's up, Dirty Mike and his nephew? We'll talk about that in just a second as far as Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. The purpose of life is to live a purposeful life, Saturn's goat. Stop thinking about it becoming something. And just be who you are. You know, live a purposeful life. Wake up with purpose every day that you're going to grow and be better than you were the day before. With those Capricorn placements, that is easy to do. You just got to strive. You have to have the will. Remember, ain't nothing going to keep you down. You're a motherfucking Capricorn. You're going to get to the highest motherfucking mountain. You will succeed. There's nothing that can destroy you. You're tougher than motherfucking anything that's ever been created. You're an expensive piece of leather. You're well put together. You understand? Just remember that as a Capricorn, that it doesn't matter how hard it gets. You're built for this shit. All right? And you can't trust anything else but yourself. Remember that. And you get it the hard way. But you getting it the hard way means it means more to you. It means you're going to keep it. Once you get it, you keep it. You know? In spirituality, we are looking for something. But you got to stop searching for it externally. It's inside of you. You need to find that. You need faith. Shout out to Beats by Bless on that music. Yeah, you got to stop struggling with self-doubt. You are a powerful being. You don't need to see. You need to feel. Saturn's goat. Feel. You got the energy. Feel. Just do what you got to do. Pavlos Caro. You funny. Viking Nord. Dude, you really in somebody's comments making jokes and hating when you could actually be doing something with your motherfucking life. I'm getting paid to do this. What the fuck is you getting paid to do? Not to do that. So that's the question you got to ask yourself. Is what's the fucking point? You just expelled energy for no reason. You just put some negativity into the mix for no fucking reason because it doesn't help you. It ain't gonna hurt me. So that shit was pointless. You just wasted your motherfucking time and your energy typing some bullshit. So you really out here with no fucking personality with a dumbass name like Viking Nord trying to clown me when I'm killing you in every category. So that sounds like you have a problem with you, player. So shut the fuck up. Shut up. All right, I'm helping people here. What the fuck are you doing with your life? That's what you gotta ask yourself. This is priceless knowledge of self. We're the Vibe Tribe. There's thousands of us all over the world. We're not thirsty for subscribers, so you can swipe the fuck up. We're not hungry for attention, but you are. No, we're going to raise this vibration with knowledge and information. We're going to talk about astrology and numerology and all types of stuff that help us understand ourselves and energy and thus raise that vibration. If that ain't for you, swipe up, bitch. It's that simple. Just swipe up. Because as you come in on that troll shit and that fuck shit, you're just exposing yourself. And then when you do that, either myself or my constituents, meaning my moderators, and there are lots of them, and all of them ain't even here, but there's lots of them. They're going to see that bullshit. They're going to ban you immediately or exile you expeditiously. And it has nothing to do with hate. No, it has to do with love. We have a vibration to maintain. And you just separated yourself from that. So you can just move the fuck on. You hear me? There's nothing you can say. We've been doing this for years. Go check out the About Me section of this channel. This channel been here for years. You dig? So I've been bald for years. I've been this fine for years. I've been this knowledgeable for years. My teeth been fucked up for years. I see these chains. You see them? I don't give a fuck where you think they came from. How real you think they are. It doesn't matter. What matters is this knowledge I'm trying to impart on your ass. These blessings I'm trying to give you. You dig? So shut the fuck up and take this knowledge. Because this is Scorpio season. I'm trying to hit you with it deep. Pause. Right? Shut up. I promise you'll be all right.
JP Productions.
Now, Saturn's go. You said you're assuming you need to meditate more. Well, let me tell you about meditating. This is where people get meditation misconstrued. When you're meditating, stop trying to accomplish a certain mind state. What you just need to do is separate yourself from your thoughts. Give yourself a little distance between those expectations that you've established for yourself, from that stress that you put on yourself, from that standards that you set as a Capricorn, from your worries, and also from the finger pointing that you do with the world and life and God and all of that stuff, and saying, well, this y'all, you got it like this where it's harder for me, because this is what Capricorns do. Is this shit is harder for me. Don't do that to yourself, man. What you need to do is just establish some breathing techniques that give you a little bit of space between you and your thoughts and you and your emotions. You can't help how you feel, and you really can't stop your thoughts. As much as people say, I'm trying to stop thinking, you cannot stop thinking. You understand? You got to just give yourself some space. There's no way for you to stop thinking. People think when you're meditating, you're stopping yourself from thinking. No, you're just putting a little distance between you and your thoughts. You're training your mind to be able to have these thoughts, but you yourself are really not actively privy to them. And so what you do is establish some breathing techniques that give you some space between you and those thoughts of yours. Give you some space between you and those expectations that you've created from your feelings that you bury as a Capricorn, because you don't want to be weak, right? Right? Capricorn, you don't want to be weak, right? That's what y'all's problems be. Somebody please remove Pavlos Kadam. We don't even play about that around here. See how quickly you disappeared? I don't even think you stop thinking when you die. Beats by Bless Zone Out Music. I don't think so. But I don't know. You get what I'm saying? Nobody knows. So I can only think. That's the thing. Even when you look at I just missed what I was saying. Oh. Never mind. Never mind. Near-death experiences is what I was about to say, but never mind. We got other stuff to do. I was about to get into a whole soliloquy, but I had to catch myself, control myself. Be patient with myself. when you look at near-death experiences, that's not death. People say, "Well, I flatlined for this," but that chemical process had not completed itself to the point to where your cells started doing what they do as far as deterioration and decomposing. All right. So until that decomposition process started, your body still had some type of what we call life in it. And even then, cells don't die, they mutate. So things start happening differently, and a whole different process starts playing out within your cells. You understand? This is what you start seeing as far as that. So for people who say, I had a near-death experience, it was near death. It was not death. The only people that have experienced death are gone and dead. And they can't tell us anything about what happened unless you believe that, and not everybody believes that. And I'm not saying I do or don't. I actually have had some experiences with mediumship, so I can say that I have had these experiences. But I can also say that I'm not the type of person to force my beliefs on you when it comes to that, because nobody really fucking knows. That's the one mystery that I cannot solve for you, because that's what life is nobody fucking really knows. And you can suspect, you can believe, you can have faith, but you cannot know until you go. That's facts. That's the one thing that is facts about the fact that you die. And those are the two facts of life, is that you are going to die. And no matter what you think or believe, you do not know what happens until you go. That's the truth. And that's why spirituality is a thing. Saturn's gold. I'm a Cancer, and nobody knows a Capricorn like a Cancer, but this is also what I do professionally, so I'm the best. If you're talking about sun signs, I'm a Cancer sun. But my daughter is a Capricorn. My wife is a Capricorn. My daddy is a Capricorn moon. I have Capricorn in my 4th house. I have Mars in Capricorn. So that's something that's in me, not on me. Ice and Snow Show, I don't like doing that. As far as an episode on death and astrology, I don't like doing that, because people try to look at ways to predict death, and that's not something that I would ever do, because predictions can be projections. And also, there's not really a way, and any good astrologer will tell you, except sometimes Vedic astrologers can say, they can give you time frames of possibilities. Okay, this could possibly happen. That doesn't mean it's gonna happen. And so you kind of see where death is not something that can be predicted, but you can look at things retrospectively and say, okay, well, this looks like this is what did it. You get what I'm saying? But you could also have that same thing happen to someone, and that's not what kills them. You understand? But retrospectively, you can look and say, okay, well, this might have been the combination of these right here, or this just looks like it was that time for you because of this. But I will say this: as far as death, usually, but not always, more than Pluto and the 8th house and all this other shit, the nodes are involved when it comes to death. But we'll talk about that another time. Maybe I will do an episode on that. I just don't like talking about it. I'm living. You feel me? That's just where I'm at with this, is I'm living. I want to speak life into people, if that makes sense. I don't want to talk about death a lot. I want to speak life into people. I want to love you to life, like Coach Prime says. You feel me? That's what I want to do. I want to make you smile. trying to make you skeet. I don't even know why I said that. See, it's something wrong with me. Like, I don't... There's something wrong. I think I'll be all right, but for real though, I'm fucked up. But yeah, man. Back to the transits. Let's talk about Saturn. Saturn is now direct, as of today, at 12 degrees of Pisces. So it's going to sit here at 12 degrees for a little bit, probably about a month or so, and then it'll slowly but surely go to 13 degrees, and then it'll start picking up speed, and then eventually we're going to get all the way through Saturn in Pisces. We're going to get out of Saturn in Pisces, and we're going to touch Saturn in Aries in March. All right? We're going to get to Saturn in motherfucking Aries. I don't know, man. Who knows what that brings? Because Saturn is going to go in there, it's going to retrograde, and then Neptune is going to come into Aries. And that could mean a whole bunch of shit. Now, Saturn falls in Aries. So if you think Saturn in Pisces is bad, and it's been bad, it's been the worst shit I've experienced in my motherfucking life. But when Saturn gets to Aries, it's going to be some conflicts. It's going to be some fighting. It's going to be some attitude. It's going to be some probably war. So, yeah. Saturn's go said, do I think the psychedelic DMT is a synthetic death or a simulated death? Maybe. I've taken DMT twice. I've actually told about those experiences, but I've taken DMT twice. And I smoked it. I smoked DMT. I've never done ayahuasca, but I've smoked DMT twice, and I had breakthroughs both times. Maybe, but I had, in that case, it would be different. It would be, I would have the same experiences both times, but I had a completely different experience both times, and I'll tell you what I think. And when you want to think about it, I don't think DMT is a simulated death, because I think that's going to be unique depending on the moment in time that it happens. I think just like when you dream, and this is what I think. This is not what it is because I don't know. This is what I think. I think just like when you dream. That's what DMT comes. The DMT comes when you dream. It comes from what they believe it comes from the pineal gland. It's released, and when you dream, this is when DMT, but also when you die, right? And so this is what I believe. When you are going to sleep and you're waking up, there is a chemical process that plays out. Okay, there are certain things that happen in order for you to be paralyzed as far as your bones. Your muscles are still active, but your bones, so that you don't jump up when you're in dreams. And some people do that because they're on the thin line. But once you're into REM sleep and certain things are happening, your eyes are moving, your muscles may be twitching, but your bones are chemically unable to respond to these impulses that are going on in your brain because it is activated in a different part of your brain, right? Just while we're touching this, I'm just going to tell y'all, we on some real shit today. It's a full moon, we can touch this. And so when DMT comes and it brings these dreams to you, whatever, your dreams every night are not the same. They're unique experiences every time. And even if you have repetitive dreams, a lot of the times those repetitive dreams still have different themes. Like me, I had a repetitive theme of a dream for several years. I still have them every now and then. But the dream is not the same in itself and of itself. You get what I'm saying? The dream is different. The theme is there. So I would say it's a repetitive dream. It plays out in different ways, but it's the same circumstances every time with this dream. All right? And it's something that is inside of me that I subconsciously, it goes to. Now, when you wake up, the hormones or endorphins or whatever it is, they flood. They actually drain and flood. They flood your brain when you're dreaming and you have these dreams, and then they drain into wherever they're held thereafter, right? Well, here's the thing. When you die, in that split second of death, that DMT is released. But this is a different process, because as this DMT is released, you're not waking up this time. So this is the final release. And so when it's released, or when it's just released because everything is released, you have to think about when you die, you have this release of of most of your systems. You shit on yourself, you piss on yourself, whatever is there, it's being released. And so as all of these things, these hormones, these endorphins, including DMT, are released, it's that last time. So you go into this dream, but you're not waking up. And you have to look at the fact that there's no process to bring it out. And there's no time in a dream. So your body actually dies physically. But that consciousness goes into that dream, that split second of death, and never comes back. And that split second is without time and without limitation, because you are just going into a chemical fever. So that split second is a split second of death. But for you or your consciousness, it is an eternity. It's something that happens to you and you never get away from. You get what I'm saying? It's like you go into that moment forever. And some people, that is hellish, because they're so terrified and in fear, and they're so worried about the life they live that they're clinging to something. And then some people, it's peaceful because they released it. But it's something that's probably random. But as far as a chemical process, if we want to chemically explain it, I would say that's the best way to chemically explain it. But that doesn't mean I'm even sure I believe in it. That's what I think right now. And that could change as new information comes in. You get what I'm saying? And so that's what I believe. Spiritually, I want to believe something different, because I've encountered spiritual stuff. As far as experiences with things beyond myself. But right now, that's what I believe about DMT. But that still doesn't explain it, and there's no way to know. You get what I mean? So I'm just a very objective person about things. There's things that I think, but that does not mean that I'm stuck in that belief system, or that I believe that I'm right even. That's just what I think right now chemically. Now, I have no idea what that means as far as everything else, because if your energy is still conscious in that split second, and the consciousness of your soul is there, it's just the vessel is gone. And that chemical, it helps with the transitional process of that. I still don't know the spiritual implications of what that means. And there's no way that I could fathom that, because I haven't experienced it. And so when I had these DMT experiences, they were profound, but I'm still trying, years later, I'm still trying to make sense of them. And the longer it gets away from them, the less I remember, and the harder it is to make sense of them. And so I just know I don't want to do DMT again. And and that I don't need to. It's that bone jarring. It's not something people like, you're going to get high. It's not like shrooms where you can have a spiritual experience or you can be high. You get what I'm saying? Like, when you're dealing with shrooms, you're going to have a spiritual experience sometimes, but you're also going to be high. You're going to feel good. There's a euphoric feeling that comes with it. With DMT, there is no euphoric feeling. There is no high. You understand that? There is no high. And Saturn's goat, that is not simulated DMT. It's all going to be derived. DMT is in plants and in trees, and DMT is everywhere. It's in you. And so the DMT is not something that's it's been through a chemical process. And so that could change the effects of it. Because when you do processes to things, that's different. Eating marijuana and smoking marijuana is two completely different chemical processes, and people forget that. That's why eating marijuana, it affects people very adversely sometimes. And for me, it doesn't do anything. I could sit here and eat bud all day long, and that shit doesn't do anything for me. All right. But anyway, when I took the DMT, I was not high. I was here and then I was there. Like, that's the thing. DMT, you go somewhere. You might go lots of places, but you go somewhere. When they say a trip, like you go somewhere. Shrooms, you kind of go somewhere, but you're like on a trip, like you're in an experience, right? Shrooms is like you're in an experience, and you're driving. You're driving. With DMT, you're you're on a trip, but it's not you. Because it's you, but it's not you, because the you that you are doesn't fucking matter and doesn't fucking exist. That's the thing with DMT. The you that you are on this earth is all that you are on this earth. It's just a consciousness. It's a name that you've been given. It's a personality that you have. It's something that you play into. But that shit is just for this life. And so when you're separated from this life and this body and this identity, then you are something else. That's kind of what it is with DMT. It's like you are there, you're in this experience, but you are not you, because you is not you. You get what I'm saying? You is just a concept that we have, that we make up to make sense of this existence that we have. You get what I'm saying? And Saturn's gold, kind of like that too. It's just like this shit doesn't matter. That's what DMT is in some ways. Like, this shit matters because you're in it right now and you're experiencing it, so it seems like it's so important. That's why people cling to life so strongly and people get so caught up in their ego. But when you experience that ego death and you are not Saturn's goat and I'm not Roderick and I am there still. I'm still there. But I am not, I'm stripped of all of that fucking trauma of this life and all of the experiences and all of this. And I'm just me at my source, which is an energetic significance. And that's all that we all can be. You get what I'm saying? An energetic significance. You are an energetic significance. That's what I would call it. And so you realize that you're an energetic significance. You're an energy. You're there. You're conscious even. But that does not mean that you are defined. This body gives you limitations, therefore definition. See, that's what DMT. I mean, I've went through all of these things, but spiritually, that's what I understand is this body, this material existence. It gives you definition. You name everything, you title everything, and all of this shit is, and you have physical limitations. And so when you are not of this, those limitations are not there. Because that identity that you've chosen is a title. It's a role that you're playing. It's a role that you're playing, kind of. You get what I'm saying? It's just a role that what you are right now, as important as it seems. That's why I tell you, like, at the end of this life, you're not going to get a reward. As much as people want to, because that's what they want us to do, because they want us to confine to a certain social reform. And so that's what they use religion for, and that's what they use the fear. And the truth is, you have your regrets and the problems that you have that you created for yourself in this life. And you do have karma and residue that you can bring onto you from other existences, but it's not something you're necessarily aware of. It's something that your energy tends to be drawn to and tends to express. And so as you come into this right here, and you look at it like this, it's just like, when you get done with this life, like, you just shed off this fucking costume. You take off this mother, you know what I'm saying? Like, the ego, the fundamental soul and the energy that you are exists still, but you are no longer in this role. Denzel Washington is not always Lonzo. He's not always the equalizer. He's not the whatever it is, the preacher's best friend, or whatever that movie was he was in back in the day. He's none of, like, that's not, he's Denzel. And then he's not even Denzel. You feel me? And so just in my opinion, which will change. It's not changing yet, but it will change as I learn more and I experience more. I want you to understand that from the psychedelic experiences I've had, from the spiritual experiences I've had, from what I've seen is when they say there's no purpose to life, there is, but it's to live a purposeful life. You came here to live a life, to play a role, to do this, but you didn't come here to go to heaven. You get what I'm saying? Because that's a state of being inside of you. At the end of this life, no matter what happens, you're not gonna get a big red ribbon, or you're not gonna get a F on a report card and they get rid of your ass. That's not what happens. At the end of this life, you have these experiences that you've had, this energy that you've put on your soul, because this is just like data. People, for those of us that can't, because we can't see it, we don't understand data. You get what I'm saying? We don't understand that there's so much data out there now that it could become a danger to us. People are like, what the fuck? That's data. Like, I can clear out and delete that data, but that data is never deleted because it existed. It took up a certain amount of energy and space at some point. So what it has been is relocated. And so the same thing with energy, the same thing with experience. It's all something that happens. That stuff that happened to you, it happened to you. You understand that? It happened to you. The stuff that you did that shit. You did it. And there's a certain amount of data that comes with that onto your soul, programmed into this being that you are. And so that's the stuff you collect that they call karma. You collect this. Now, karma actually is something else if you have an Eastern philosophy of what karma is. But this is just the data that you're collecting as time goes by and as lifetimes go by. And these experiences is something that you bring with you, the feeling, but not the other stuff. See, you might have karma when you say you have a karmic debt in numerology. It's just the guilt. It's the guilt for the people that you fucked over, for the time you wasted, for the abuse that you've put yourself through. You understand? For the love you neglected. You sometimes didn't live. And so for me, it's realizing it's a journey. The destination is death for all of us. When we die, we fucking shed this shit and we go on to the motherfucking next experience whenever that happens. And so you kind of see how that goes on. And so with that, you realize this is the journey. You're on a journey. It's not to become something. It's to realize what you are. You're not here to become something. You're here to realize what the fuck you are and have always been and always will be. So this is kind of what I've seen in my spiritual thing. So yeah. Maybe you're your own DMT trip. You're in your own trip. You're in your own fever dream, as they would say. Saturn's go. Who knows? We don't know what this really is. At the end of this life, are you gonna snap out of it and all of a sudden you realize you're a brain in a fucking jar? Who knows? We don't know. That's the thing. But anyway, Saturn is now direct in Pisces, so it's going to start happening again. Life is going to start happening again. All right? So you're just going to be forced to deal with things. You know, the fact of the matter is, now you know. Now you fucking know that with Saturn and Pisces, it's like it feels like the world is being mean to you. You know, it brings me back to that Zero lyric we were listening to the other day when Zero said, I feel like my eyes don't, I forgot, he said something like, I feel like my eyes don't like me and my soul want to leave me. It's like I'm addicted to their pain. It ain't easy. No, he said, I feel like I've seen so much killings. It's like my vision is mean to me. That's what he said. My bad. He said, I've seen so many killings. I feel like my vision is mean to me and my eyes don't like me and my soul wants to leave me. Every day I'm addicted to this pain. It ain't easy. You know, with Saturn and Pisces, like, there's certain stuff that right now that's happening to a lot of people where it feels like the world is picking on them. Like, it feels like shit is just getting worse and worse, and problems have piled up, and it feels like the world is conspiring against you. It feels like this is just a really negative time of your life, but it's because you have allowed this shit to get like this. You have ignored shit. You've been fooling yourself. Now you can't fool yourself anymore. Now you can't ignore this shit. Now you can't avoid it. Now you can't escape it, and you want to. And so it feels predatory. All right, but you just need to deal with it. Whatever it is, as bad as it can be, and it can be the worst. It ain't nothing for any one of us to get told that we're dying today. That's the truth. And you just have to deal with it. Because guess what? The world is going to keep spinning. Life is just doing what life does. And we forget that shit. We take it too fucking personal. And some stuff that you're worried about is not real and worth worrying about it. That's something that's real too. Understand, it's not just always bad. Sometimes you're stressing about shit that is not even worth worrying about. It's the worry and the stress and the fear that's the problem. You got to take that from me. I spent the whole year and a half of my life, and y'all saw me do it, not living. I starved myself. I ate fucking tuna fish and banana for 8 months straight to where I had lost all my fucking weight. That's all I ate. I was so worried about my digestive system when I just probably had a bad couple of days that kicked it all off. But I was so stressed. I was so in my mind. I got on that. I got myself hooked on fucking PrIcElEs or omeprazole, that's cancer causing its own right. So worried about having cancer. I was so worried about dying that I didn't live. I deprived myself of life. I stressed everybody out. I didn't sleep in the bed with my woman. I didn't do nothing. I stayed in another room just sitting there worried about dying. And I came live and I worked because that's what I had to do. But every day I sat there and just stressed and stressed and stressed. And the only problem now is I stressed myself into some real health issues. I ain't dead. You hear me? And I just deprived myself, and I finally got over that, thank God. But it's still an everyday struggle. And so sometimes it is like that. Like, the problem is the feeling. It's not what's happening. It's the feeling and the stress and the strain you put on yourself. So if you can have compassion for other people, you need to learn how to have compassion for you. Saturn's GOAT. You're absolutely right. Hold up, my foot is going to sleep. Ah. Sorry, my foot was asleep. But yeah, I agree with that. Saturn's GOAT. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But yeah, man, Saturn and Pisces, just like, you need to realize, like, whatever is happening, it's not just happening to you. As bad as it seems, there's a lot of people going through it. So you need to have some compassion for yourself, because you're not alone. As unique as it feels, you're not alone. And the world is not out to get you. Bad stuff isn't just happening to you. It's happening to a lot of people. You're not a victim. It's definitely not a circumstance. You're just a part of a process. This is just what happens. Life just lives. All right? You got to figure out how you deal with it on your own part. Stop destroying yourself. Stop trying to escape life. Stop trying to ignore your problems. Stop trying to avoid feelings. They won't go away. They'll just get worse. I've had to learn this the hard way. See, in numerology, my balance number is 5. And that basically means that I need to learn how to deal with things as they come. You know, I have to stop worrying about shit, stop stressing about shit, stop addressing my problems with my emotional self, and just deal. I can't go on binges or benders. I can't try to ignore or avoid the shit because it's just gonna get worse. And this year has been hard in that way. Like, man, like, motherfucker. And so you just got to deal with it for you. And stuff is going to happen. Now, this ain't retrograde. This ain't getting a perspective of what you need. No, stuff is going to start happening now. Saturn's about to start moving through Pisces now. And so life is about to start doing what life does. The world is going to be fucking frustrating. And we're going to be sensitive to it all. But there's also going to be points right here where the blinders come off, where it's like, man, you see it now. You ain't no fooling yourself, and they can't fool you in the situation. Sometimes reality can feel predatory. For those of us that live in la la land and are delusional, like Pisces moons, like myself, it's like that. You know? And you're forced to deal with it. And then there's going to be emotions that you've buried, that you've never gotten over, that's going to come back. See, Saturn's been conjunct my moon. Saturn's been conjunct my moon. And so for me, it's the fear. I never stopped being a fearful person. I just buried it and hid it and ignored it. Even if I was scared, I kept pushing. I can't afford to be scared. I spent almost 10 years, I spent 6 years in prison, in some of the roughest prisons in the state of Texas. We being real, you think I wasn't scared sometimes? Man, yeah, but that shit ain't gonna serve you. Don't matter if you're scared, you here. It's fucking here, and this is what's gonna happen in certain situations right now. It doesn't matter if you fucking scared, you gotta deal with it. And sometimes that shit wasn't as bad as you thought it was. The problem was you were scared of it. You've been avoiding it this whole time. It wasn't nothing, but you've been so scared you made it worse than it had to be, motherfucker. It's like it had to be like this because your ass been running from it, ignoring it, avoiding it. There's some shit in life that you just can't get away from. You got to deal with it. You got to fucking deal with it. I've learned that the hard way. Hell, I'm a Pisces when I told you I like to ignore shit, avoid it, escape. There's some shit you just can't do it. You avoid one thing, it's going to make another thing worse. And that's on you. You're responsible for that. Now, Uranus is at 25 degrees of Taurus, and that just means that the world, and this is retrograde, so that just means that the world we live in is not stable. The economy is not stable. People are not stable. Everything is constantly evolving and changing. But that doesn't mean that you can't be a stable person. That is a mindset. You understand? You have to find a secure place to operate from, and that's inside of your mind. That means you got to take an adaptable approach to life. You can't get stuck in a certain way of doing things. You can't be stubborn in your methodology. Oh no, the world is changing too much for that right now. You gonna fucked up and be frustrated than a motherfucker. You're going to be fucked up. So you got to find some type of secure place that you can operate from. And while you're there, take inventory of who you are. While Uranus is retrograde and things aren't as crazy as they're gonna be, take this time to take inventory of who you are, what you have to work with materially, where you stand morally, what you're willing to do to make money, and what are your principles, and how does that influence your value system? This is important because I guarantee you that has changed over the last 5 years for almost everybody, or just about everybody. Even the people say, I don't never change. Yeah, you've changed, because what is socially acceptable has changed. So your values have to adjust to that. That's the synthesis between Neptune and Uranus right now. See, Uranus is sextile to Neptune. And so with this right here, that sextile represents a certain synthesis between them. And so because of the culture and what's culturally acceptable and the projections and expectations of the culture we live in, you have had to adjust your values. I have. And it's funny that it's Taurus. Because as I've grown and I raised children and I've learned more things about my kids and been around more people, and as times have changed, I've had to adjust my views. I've had to adjust my views on spirituality, on sexuality. You understand? Not only because I want to help people, but also because I run a business, and also because I'm a father, and also because times have changed. You did. Times have fucking changed. So you got to readjust those values. And then also when it comes to business, the way that business operates has changed over the last 5 years. That's plain and simple. After that pandemic, everything changed. And there's some people that are stuck in a certain way of doing things and seeing things, so they're frustrated with the way that things are now. They're constantly talking shit about it. They feel like their business isn't flourishing the way that it did before, but hey, you got to change with the times, motherfucker. But also with this are so many opportunities for you to make money uniquely. And you got to do it for you. This is Uranus and Taurus. You just got to do it for you. To go into business for yourself is everything now. Yes, you can have a job where you work with other people, but almost everybody is a business for themselves or of themselves. Once you turn that profile professional on social media, once you become a digital creator or whatever the fuck, once you do content, you have then now became a business of yourself. This is the day and age we live in. There's people that are making millions of dollars just being them. Yes, they're stunts and all that shit, but PrIcElEs just does him. Before he could afford all of the stunts and stuff that he did, it was just him and his fucking computer, or him and his camera, and his personality. You dig? You see how this stuff works out. Like this is, I mean, there's so many opportunities for you to make money. There's no excuse for being broke. The only way you're going to end up broke is if you're stuck and stubborn, and that's on you. So this is the perfect time for you to reassess your values. Take inventory of who you are, where you stand, what you're willing to do to make money. Because I guarantee you that has changed. And if it hasn't changed, it needs to change. The values of the world have changed. You can look back. Look, man. Four years ago, people were abhorred by the way that Donald Trump was conducting himself. So much so that they put Joe Biden's inept ass in office. They were so scared of Donald Trump and him being elected again. They were so tired of his antics. People forgot that there was no way that they were going to do that. They was going to put him in office again then. But now things got so crazy financially that people say, you know what, that other shit, we was tripping before. That shit don't matter. Their values changed. What was socially acceptable changed. It doesn't matter what's real or what's right. It matters what's profitable, what's trending. That's the sextile between Uranus and Neptune right now, and it being Taurus and Pisces. Now, Neptune being at 27 degrees of Pisces, pardon me. Neptune being at 27 degrees of Pisces is Pisces energy in its purest. Because I'm not really a critical degree theorist, but when I look at the 27th degree, I definitely look at that as being the depths of Pisces energy, especially when it's 27 degrees of Pisces. That's as Piscean it as it gets. All right. So that's it's very in tune. But what are you in tune with? So many of us are in tune with the wrong things. This is where spirituality is there, but it's a fad now. People forget that that's an inner journey for you and yourself and of yourself. You have a main line to the divine that resides inside of you. You just need to tap into that. You don't need validation externally. People are so caught up in the titles, they forget about what it means, what it really is, what the point of it all is, because they're living into projections and expectations. Everything is a projection. So much so that real ain't even real no more. The government themselves has told us the reality that we're experiencing is a projection in and of itself. A collective projection or a hologram. This is something that is plainly stated in declassified government paperwork. Whatever the fuck that means, because I don't even know what that means. But it definitely means whatever you think this base reality is, there's more beyond that. There's more to it. It means you're seeing what you are being allowed to see and what you want to see. And what you expect. You are projecting into people's expectations of you constantly, whether you know it or not, which convolutes you from who you are at your core. That's what social media does. It separates you from who you really are fundamentally. And I love social media. I need it, but I also hate it, and I understand what it does now. It convolutes you from who you are at your core. It creates an alternate reality for people to live into, and you don't even need to go into the metaverse. It's crazy, man. And the Neptune sextile to Pluto. And Neptune is going to be retrograde until December 7th. But look at Pluto being at 29 degrees of Capricorn just for 3 more days. This is the height of frustration, but things are coming that are going to change everything. A change is coming. I guarantee you, because it's bred out of our frustration, our discontent, our disenchantment with life right now. With Neptune sextile to Pluto, people see things as being hopeless, kind of. You can look back at this electoral process we just had, and a lot of people, as a matter of fact, the majority of people, even if they voted for one candidate or the other, their sentiment was, we don't really have a good choice here. We're doomed regardless. I myself said that. I myself said, hey, we're going to war regardless. We're doomed regardless. All right? Half of that is true, and half of it is a permission statement for you making the choice that you want to make. You see how both of those are projections, and both of those are true. Half of it is because you really feel like that, but the other half is that's your permission statement to yourself for you to make the choice that you made when you put in your ballot, if you put in your ballot, or to not put in a ballot because you didn't really want to go deal with it. It had nothing to do with really who was running. It's just you didn't want to go up there, and you never do. But that was your excuse this time, right? Well, if you were allowed to vote and you couldn't, and you didn't, then you don't have a say in what the candidate is. That's the truth. And all of those things are true. But it's also true it doesn't fucking matter. You dig? It's also true that you are a different person to your different friend groups, to your different friends individually, to your job, to your social media platform, to your parents, to your doctor, to your coworkers, to your boss, to your lover. If you're involved in more than one little liaison to all of your different relationships, you have these projections, right? But people forget about what you are at your core, because now everything is just a representative that you've released. Sorry, my dog is over here making crazy sounds. That's a representative that you've released, but I gotta hurry up. We haven't even got to the other stuff. We've been here for almost 2.5 hours. We haven't even got to the other stuff yet. I still got a whole bunch. We're gonna be here for a whole bunch long time today. A whole bunch long time. We're gonna be here for at least another hour and a half, 2 hours. Shit. Yeah, I know. But this is just the type of change we needed. This frustration, it's also ambition. This is the type of frustrated feeling that breeds change for real. It always has. That 29th degree of Capricorn is as frustrated and hungry as it gets. But that means you've never been more ambitious. You've never been more devilish, more dangerous. That's what it is. This is a dog-eat-dog motherfucking energy. You either in the way or on the way. Remember that. And that'll change in a few days. We're going to experience a tremendous change of pace and mindset. But this is what breeds that. You got to have the 29th, and this is the evolution of energy. You have to have the 29th degree of Capricorn to get 0 degrees of Aquarius. Do you understand that? You have to have that type of frustration that breeds real change. You motherfuckers get so frustrated that we need a revolution. I rebel against that shit. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, Chiron is at 19 degrees of Aries, retrograde until December 29th. You just got to remember, and I'm going to say this over and over again, because as much as I can switch up the message for each one of these placements as I do them 2 or 3 times a week, I need you to look at the fact that when you see Chiron retrograde in Aries, that means there's going to be certain things that are forced into your awareness. Conflicts just come about. Things just escalate very quickly. And you're going to have to deal with them, whatever it is. But you learn from that. And it's you realizing that once you're aware of something, whether it be a problem, a behavior, an asset, you are then accountable for it. Once you are acknowledging that awareness, you are then accountable for what happens from there. If you're aware that somebody's fucking over you, you're then accountable for what happens after that. That means you might be condoning or allowing it, accepting it, and that's on you. If you are not progressing in the way that you should be, and you know that, and you're aware of that, then you know what you need to do. Go harder. You got to do it. Hey. Shut up. Sorry. I might have to get up and let the dog out as soon as I get done with these. Yeah, awareness, acknowledgement, accountability. We'll have the other step when we go direct, and that's action. You got to hold yourself accountable, even for the good things. You have to hold yourself accountable for how far you've come. Realize, man, if I've made it this far, I can keep going. If I've fought this hard and I haven't gotten defeated yet, then I can still keep fighting. I still got a lot to fight in me. Do you need a pat on the back, or do you need a kick in the ass? Once you're aware, you're accountable. I wish I could. I can clip that actually. I ain't going to, but I could have clipped that. I should have clipped that. I'm gonna start clipping some of this shit in this live. And then the black moon Lilith is opposite to Chiron at 15 degrees of Libra. And when you have this opposition applying between these two, I would just basically mean that you can't be so worried about everybody else that you forget about what you're responsible for you. And don't be fake. Don't be fucking fake. The black moon Lilith in Libra is kind of superficial and vain. There's so much more I could say about that, but I want you to understand that. That's superficial and vain. And it's where you are so caught up in impressing or appeasing another person that you're dishonest in your own expression. What's up, Serafina? Hey, I need some of y'all to hit that Cash App that's pinned right there in the chat. I need some of y'all to hit that super sticker, that super thanks to that super chat. I've been here for 2.5 hours already. And we've been on it. And we still finna be on it. And if we don't, I'll shut this whole motherfucker down. I'll be, fuck the top 5, fuck everything. I'll shut this bitch down. All right. And so when I get done with these in about 5 seconds, or 5 minutes, I'm going to go let the dog out because I don't want him barking in here anymore. And then I'm going to come back. We're going to speak quickly about Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. I'll look at their chart, give their placements, and then I'll say what I think about what's going to happen tonight real quick. And then I'll do the top 5. But I'm here, as promised. I just need y'all to be patient with me. All right. Today's the top 5 most potent aspects. The nodes, 4 degrees of Aries and Libra. The north node is at 4 degrees of Aries. The south node, 4 degrees of Libra. And so basically it's like this. You got to do what's right for you regardless of what anybody else thinks about it or what their opinion is of what you got going on. And you being an honest person and working on yourself is the best thing for your relationships. You can't get rid of the south node. The south node is a fundamental part of the equation, but it's fundamental. You dig? It's not developmental, which is what the north node is. It's fundamental. It's there already. It's one of the building blocks of the energies that's there. So, hey, as long as you're being honest and authentic and action-oriented and you're being a doer, then that should not be a hurt to your relationships. And if it is, then that relationship isn't for you. The best thing you can do for your personal relationships is be honest and work on you. Stop trying to people please, because that makes you dishonest. Stop sugarcoating shit. Just do what you got to do for you, and your partner should do the same, and then y'all's relationship should flourish. Now, here's the thing. As far as numerology today, we're in a 7 vibration, but there is a 6 connotation to it. Now, that is interesting because how do you get to the 7? Well, it's November, right? 15th, 2024. So November is the master number 11. You take that 11, you drop it down. You can't simplify that any further. Then you have the 15th. 1 plus 5 is 6. You take that 6, you drop it down. There's no need to simplify that. But you do take note of that 6 because it is relevant, because that is the day today. There is a connotation, a 6 connotation to this, which is interesting. Because that is very domestic energy, homebody energy. And then you have 2024. 2 plus 2 is 4 plus 4 is an 8. So you have 11 plus 6 plus 8. 11 plus 6 is what? 17. Plus 8 is 25. 2 plus 5 is 7. And so with the 7, you have to understand the 7 in my opinion, is like a mix of Sagittarius and Capricorn and maybe even a little Pisces energy, because it's very spiritual and truth-seeking, but it's also extremely serious. As a matter of fact, it's so serious that it can be isolating. And the 7 is about introspection and spirituality and healing and analyzing and evolving. Where the 6 is domestic. It's like do it at home. So this is perfect for the full moon in Taurus. Go within your cocoon, go into your safe space and evolve, learn, grow, heal, be patient with yourself. All right? Prepare. Strategize. These are the perfect energies to do that. Today, get somewhere at home by yourself. And I mean, if you're in a relationship, you can't really be by yourself like that, then, you know, give yourself as much time as you can get that's healthy for your relationship. And just chill the fuck out and try to figure out what your next move needs to be. Because change is coming. Change is already happening. All right? Now, we're about to talk about Mike Tyson and Jake Paul real quick, but I got to let this dog out. So y'all give me about 2 minutes. Let me turn the music up. Oh, my foot. I got to knock everything down. Sorry. That's what happens when you're old and you can't move fluidly anymore. It was so hard to pick my hip up like that. I've been sitting here. I'll be right back. Hold up. Let me find something worth playing. Hold up. Come on, you went out. You go in there? All right, we back. Now, SNHH Films, I appreciate your time. Let's look at Mike Tyson and Jake Paul real quick. All right, and now, let me first preface this by saying once again that I personally do not believe that this is a real fight. This is being billed as an event. All right, it's on Netflix. So that's the first thing you need to understand. This is an event for the masses. All right. And um what else am I gonna say about this? I hope I'm wrong. We all hope I'm wrong. I hope Mike Tyson knocks Jake Paul the fuck out. I hope it's not even close. I hope he gets in there and washes his ass out. And that, even if that happens, that does not mean that this is not staged. All right. For whatever reason, I just think that. And I think all of Jake Paul's fights are staged to a certain degree. All of them. Or that he picks specific people for a specific reason. Hold on, man. This is loud. I'll be right back. I gotta fix this. But anyway, yeah, I think Jake Paul has a specific formula for this, and I think that this is a spectacle, not an actual fight. And I don't think that it's being billed as such. If y'all just pay attention, there are special rules and qualifications for this that do not apply to professional boxing fights. There are allowances that make this an exhibition. All right. And so that means, looking at the rules, they're going to wear 14-ounce boxing gloves, which are huge. There's 8 2-minute rounds instead of 3 minutes because Mike is 58 years old. And there can be a knockout. There is a knockout allowed, technically. But that doesn't mean that the fighters have not agreed to not knock each other out. You get what I'm saying? There could have been a knockout with Mike Tyson and Roy Jones. But they had an agreement that that's not what they were going to do to each other. And there was no formal winner, even though Mike won. All right. But if we're going to look at it realistically, I would say this. This is probably being set up for Jake Paul to succeed. They're painting Mike like he's badass because that's what they have to do. That's why they allowed the slap last night and all of that shit. That shit was predetermined also. It makes Mike look like he is a competent contender to Jake Paul. And we all think he is already because it's messing with our imagination because we remember who Mike Tyson was. And for those of y'all that aren't old enough, you've heard stories. Right? You've heard stories of who Mike Tyson used to be. Right? But you also have not forgot, you must have forgotten that 20 years ago, when Mike Tyson had his last fight for real, when he was still physically capable, he got his ass beat the fuck up and knocked out by a nobody. See, we forgot that. We remember Mike Tyson from the 80s that you heard about or that you saw videos of from the early 90s. But Mike in 2005 could not fight anymore. And it's 2024. First of all, let's be realistic before I even get into the astrology. Mike Tyson could not fight anymore and did not have the will in 2005. Got his ass beat the fuck up by a nobody and knocked the fuck out. Buster Douglas happened in 1990. He came back after that and fought several fights and lost some and bit Holyfield's ear off and all that shit. But what you have to understand is, first of all, Mike Tyson lost every major fight he had against a badass contender. And I'm a Mike Tyson fan, first of all, before I even go there, before it seems like I'm not. But Mike Tyson underperformed in every major fight that he was supposed to fight. He lost both. He freaked out a bit Holyfield because he was getting his ass whooped. He got his ass whooped the first time by Holyfield. He fought Lennox Lewis. He got his ass whooped. Buster Douglas wasn't scared of him. He got his ass whooped. That's the problem with Mike is when if you're not if you're not afraid, pardon me, if you're not afraid of Mike Tyson, then Mike Tyson is not Mike Tyson. Us as people are afraid of Mike Tyson, but fighters are not afraid of a 58-year-old man that smokes weed on his podcast all day long. All right? First of all, you have to look at the psychology of things. A lot of people don't get it. You're not looking at it realistically. You're looking at it as something else. The realistic perspective is if this is a real fight, Mike Tyson probably finna get beat up bad. If Jake Paul is anything Jake Paul is supposed to be, Mike Tyson will probably get beat up real bad. We're all holding out the hope that that's not true, and there's this glimmer of this old Mike Tyson, but the old Mike Tyson hasn't been there since before the last time he fought. Mike Tyson hasn't won a fight since 2002. Right thereafter, he got knocked the fuck out by Lennox Lewis. And went on a string of getting his ass toe up. And so I'm just keeping it real. Before we get into this, that's why I didn't make a video on it. You know, if this was a major fight and this is an event that they wanted to, I would have made a whole video on Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, the astrology of Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. But this is, in my opinion, this is not a real event. Or it's not a real fight, pardon me. It is an event, but it's not a real fight. It's not a real fight. Now, if we're going to look at it like we do the real fights, let's look at it real quick. Let's look at Mike's placements. All right, I wish I could share my screen with y'all, but I can't. So, Mike is an 8-degree Cancer sun in the 11th house. All right. 11-degree Sagittarius moon in the 4th house. Mercury and Leo in the 12th house. 4 degrees of Leo in the 12th house. Mars, 22 degrees of Gemini in the 10th house. Now, that's interesting. That sticks out first of all. First of all, it sticks out because that's Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. That 22 degrees of Gemini have been popping up a lot here lately. Donald Trump is a 22-degree Gemini sun. Kamala Harris is a 22 Gemini rising. Right? Well, Mike Tyson is 22 degrees Mars in Gemini. No, is that? Yeah, Mars in Gemini, 10th house. Well, what does Gemini rule? For those of y'all that don't know, the hands. You hear me? The hands in the 10th house. This is what he does professionally. He works with them hands professionally. And we all know when Mike was Mike, he was unfuckwittable. There was a time where he was more myth than man. Right now, that's what we're all hoping is that myth is somehow still alive. And I pray it is. You don't know how much I want to be wrong, y'all. I want Mike Tyson. I want to be so motherfucking wrong. I want to go when we get done here, I want to go turn this motherfucking TV on. I want to see Mike whoop the dog shit out of Jake Paul. I want Jake Paul to get his ass beat the fuck up. I don't want to ever see him doing this stupid ass boxing shit he does anymore because I love boxing. And I think it's a disgrace to the sport. I do respect what he's doing for old fighters. Because if these fights are real, what Jake Paul is doing is he's taking old MMA people who couldn't make money with Dana White because there is a set price for UFC. It's a monopoly. There is MMA, but for UFC, those prices and all that shit is set by Dana White. Those purses are set. It's not like boxing where you have promoters and it's this and this, and it doesn't work like that. Dana White is the promoter. He's HR. He's everything when it comes to UFC. And so they don't make a lot of money. And so some of those legends of UFC that Jake Paul has fought, he said, hey, you know what? we'll get in a boxing ring, and where it's not regulated the same way. We'll do our thing, and you might get knocked out. You might get knocked out, but you're gonna get $1 million. You're gonna get $2 million, and you haven't made that in 25 fights in your MMA career. And look at your ear. Look at your ear swole up, and you ain't even got $25,000. I was at the community pool last summer, right? And I was looking at this dude, and I was like, man, I recognize him. And then I started thinking, wait, that's fucking Neil Magny, UFC fighter. And he's been a champion. That's fucking Neil Magny. And he just sitting there in the fucking community pool, not his own pool at his house. I'm talking about the pool in our fucking neighborhood with his child. And I've seen this dude in multiple UFC fights. I've seen him be a champion before. So I just want you to put this into perspective. I want you to understand from that point what it is. Now back to Mike. Mike is also a 4 degrees Gemini, Venus in Gemini in the 10th house. And we know Mike is a hoe. He's been in different relationships, but Mike, the women done got Mike in trouble for whatever happened when he had that rape case. And we can't dismiss that because Mike himself, since he's been released, has never denied that. People forget that. But Mike has never denied that. He said he was a horrible person before he did the toad, which was do DMT, basically. Mike has been a different person since he smoked the toad, which was basically he got some venom off of a toad's back and smoked it, which the DMT that was released in that, or they call, some of it call ThErApY DMT, it hits different. And he had an experience that separated him from those things that he was egotistical about. That's why we get this introspective Mike that we get these days. You get what I'm saying? Who talks about death and ego and all that stuff, but that's because he's himself has had a psychedelic experience that changed him. Just so we know that. And then his Jupiter is at 11 degrees of Cancer in his 11th house. And his Saturn is at 29 degrees of Pisces in his 8th house. That's interesting. Pluto is at 16 degrees of Virgo in his 1st house. Neptune in Scorpio in his 3rd house, 19 degrees. Uranus, 16 degrees of Virgo in his 1st house. And then his Lilith is 10 degrees of Pisces in his 7th house. And Chiron, 26 degrees of Pisces in his 8th house. And so, well, you look at that, even when it's a sun in Cancer, a lot of fighters are Cancers. A lot of badass fighters are Cancers. They fight with emotion. They fight for their family. But specifically, Mike was an Olympian, whether people know that or not. He actually got in trouble in the trials and didn't get to go compete at the Olympics like Holyfield did. And Holyfield went instead of Mike. But they were on the Olympic team together. All right. And also, when you look at the 11th house, and the sun is in the 11th house, that shines on you making a lot of fucking money. All right. And you could definitely say Mike is family oriented about his children too. But that's just I don't have time to go through the whole reading for him. But that Sagittarius moon points to sport. A lot of athletes have Sagittarius moons and Sagittarius placements. When I look at athletes, I mostly look for, and I mean, there's different, but I mostly look for Aries, Sagittarius, or Aries, Sagittarius, or Virgo placements. But they could have any of them. I mean, you see them play out, but I look for those. Or when I look for military, I look for Sagittarius placements. People say, well, wouldn't that be Aries? No, Sagittarius. Especially if they're going abroad. When I look for military placements, I look for Sagittarius placements. But when I look for athletes, I can look for Aries. I can look for Sagittarius. I can look for Virgo, and I think those are things that stick out. Like there's some Leo placements too, but Leo could do just about anything. If they believe in themselves to do that, they can do just about anything. But yeah. And so that means, what do we have? We have, damn, I threw away the transits. No, I didn't. They're right here. And so that means his sun is at 8 degrees of Cancer for Mike. That means Venus is opposite his sun. That means the North Node is square his sun. That is of note. His moon is at 11 degrees of Sagittarius. That means Mercury is separating from a conjunction from that. And so, I mean, and you can look at this like, for Mike, this might hurt our feelings about Mike, but this is not going to hurt Mike's legacy. Um, 11 degrees of Sagittarius. Saturn is square Mike's moon. Pay attention. Pay attention, because that sticks out. Yeah, that's what sticks out the most about his moon. His Mercury is at 4 degrees of Leo. Now, Mars is on his Mercury. And so this could be a part of the show. Now, I do want y'all to also note, separate from this, when you look at the whole equation, Saturn did station direct in Pisces. So the bullshit could be out there. Like, these motherfuckers could be fooling us, but we are going to see it and realize it. People are going to be fucked up. If we go out here and this shit is a snooze fest, and it's a fucking real exhibition, and nobody's really doing anything after all this talking and slapping and bullshit and all this shit, and you see Mike Tyson and Jake Paul hug each other at the end of this shit after he done slapped them, hey, guess what? We are going to understand it. We're going to accept that we watched it, but we're also going to not believe Jake Paul's bullshit anymore. So this is going to be one of those things tonight to where this is the last time you get to show us that you're legit, Jake Paul, because this better be something legit. For real. No matter what happens, this fight better be legit. You better go beat the fuck out of Mike, or you better get your ass knocked out. That's plain and simple, Jake Paul. You better go beat the fuck out of Mike, or you better go get your ass knocked out, and we're not accepting anything else. None of us. Fuck that. There's my kids. There's my kids. Who is that? Did you like them shoes today?
Yeah.
Huh?
They got a little bit dirt on them, but I like them.
It's okay if they get a little dirty. I know. I shouldn't have yelled at you about those shoes yesterday. Okay? Did you have a good day?
Yeah.
I need you to take the dog out.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can do what you need to do. I'll be on here. Give me a hug. Did you have a good day, though?
Yeah.
Okay. Close my door. But yeah, man. Sorry, I went off on my son yesterday. We just got him some shoes a month ago, and maybe it's a Taurus moon, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I picked up his shoes and they were just talking. I mean, they just fell apart in my hand, and it pissed me off. Like, we just got those shoes, And I mean, I ended up having to borrow some money to get him some fucking shoes. Cause like, I didn't have the shit to just go get him some brand new shoes right there in the moment. It's not like he's gonna wear fucking Walmart shoes or where they don't have PrIcElEs anymore. Remember when they had PrIcElEs? It's not like he'll wear those. And so it's just like, like I was so frustrated because he messed those shoes up, and I snapped at him, and I shouldn't have. But I mean, we're all learning on the fly. But yeah. Now is there anything aspect in his Mercury? His Mercury is trying the North Node. And I'm not sure what that means. This might just be a part of the show. You know, I'm a Mercury in Leo too. This is the 12th house though. This all might be a part of the show. But this might be the best thing for him. This might be something that helps Mike. Mike, like I said, it might not hurt him, but him going out there, this might be some money that he needed. This might be his redemption tour. If it is real, this could be Mike's redemption tour, no matter what happens. When it comes to people that are debating whether it's real or not, you have some people who say, this is Mike Tyson. You think he's going to sacrifice his legacy to get knocked out by Jake Paul, to take a dive for Jake Paul? And I said, absolutely, yeah. What fucking legacy does Mike Tyson have? People that get it twisted are like, we forgot. The legacy that Mike Tyson left was getting his ass knocked out last time I saw. The time before that too, and the time before that too. Yes, he has a legend from the 80s, but there's stuff after that happened. There's stuff after that happened that we must have forgot as a people. And then what does matter is his Mars. His Mars is 22 degrees of Gemini in the 10th house. Well, Jupiter is retrograde on that Mars. Mercury is opposite that. Chiron is trying it. Yeah. That could mean a lot of different stuff. We're going to have to look at this to Jake Paul's in contrast to this. Jupiter. Let's see what Jupiter's doing. 11 degrees of Cancer. Is there anything that's... Saturn is trying his Jupiter. So he's going to make a whole bunch of fucking money. That we already know he's getting 20 million off the top of this. And then there's also going to be pay-per-view numbers that he gets a cut of and all. Not paper, well, it's Netflix, so there is no pay-per-view. Never mind. But then the gate. He's going to get 20 million and then he gets some money off the gate. The gate is how much money they're making for the people in attendance at the place. And so it depends on how big of an arena this is. And this is Jerry Jones's place. So there's hundreds of thousands of people that can be in there. They're fighting where the Cowboys play, which is one of the biggest stadiums in the NFL, holds over 100,000 people. And that's with seats. They also have what they call party passes in Jerry's World or in AT&T Stadium. I've been there. I've been to several Cowboys games. And so what that means is you can pay and you don't have a seat, but you can walk around in the stadium while the game's playing or while the fight's on. And so you can be all in there. And there's tables like picnic table-like things where you can sit in there, but it's a party pass. And so while the fight might cost $500 to get in, a party pass might cost $100. Right? And then you're in there and you can move around freely in the place. You just don't have a seat per se. And it's just more money for them to make. All right. But yeah. And then his Saturn is 29 degrees of Pisces. Neptune is on his Saturn. Pluto is sextile to his Saturn. Man. Neptune is sextile. Pluto is sextile. So, and this is in his 8th house. This has nothing to do with tonight, really. This, like, I don't know. That's kind of scary. Mike might not be alive much longer. I mean, he's 58 years old and he's lived a certain life. But anyway, let's look at this other one. Let's look at Jake Paul real quick. All right. Jake Paul is a 27-degree Capricorn sun. 27-degree Capricorn sun. Well, Pluto, we see everything's hitting that. Pluto's hitting that. Pluto's conjunct his sun. Neptune is sextile to that. Uranus is trine to that. The sun and the moon. Once the moon is trine, the sun is sextile. This full moon is hitting that. So that right there is already advantage Jake Paul. Even if this was a real fight, advantage Jake Paul. His moon is 20 degrees of Taurus. Ain't that interesting? It's a Taurus moon today. A 23-degree Taurus moon. So this full moon is right on his moon, and his ascendant is 22 degrees of Taurus. Oh, Jake Paul finna make a whole bunch of money, and this is Jake Paul's night. I don't even have to look any further. I'm going to, but I'm letting you know. Man is making $40 or $50 million in one whop to fuck around and fool you about what's really happening with him and Mike Tyson. And even if Mike Tyson were to win somehow, that also could be staged because they've had this script come out. So they could all of a sudden, and it's not going to hurt Jake Paul. He lost to Tommy Fury. And so this right here, it sets him apart regardless. He makes it, for him, his life won't ever be the same from this financially regardless. Think about how much he's making off the other fights, not just his fight, off Amanda Serrano and Katie Taylor, and off the other fights on the card, and off the gate. But a full moon on your moon and a full moon on your ascendant could also point to the end of something. This is a full moon. Full moons are about endings. So if you want to look at it, this could be the end of this boxing shit for Jake Paul. So if you want to look at it from an objective perspective, this could also mean that whatever happens tonight could be the end of him. He might get beat the fuck up. This is a possibility, and get knocked out, and this be the end of him. But the astrology is in his favor. But that doesn't mean that he's winning the fight, because this is not a fight. It's an event. You see what it means? He wins regardless. His Mercury is at 4 degrees of Capricorn. Guess where Venus is today? This is Venus. Venus is all the lucky shit. You want to look at 4 degrees Capricorn. 4 degrees Capricorn. Advantage Jake Paul. This is crazy. The sun being opposite to his moon is the only thing that might be getting it. But this could also be something that's good for him. It could be something that's bad and good for him at the same time. His Venus, 9 degrees of Capricorn. Well, guess what? He's in a Venus return too. If that wasn't enough, he's in a Venus return, and the North Node is trying his Venus. Just so we know. Now, his Mars is at 3 degrees of Libra. Well, that lets me know Jake Paul ain't really like that. He ain't really like that. The stuff that he does is to prove that he's like that, or he's not a bitch. Jake Paul does stuff to prove that he's not really a tough guy at all. At all. You got to understand that. Not a tough guy in the slightest. Then his Jupiter is at 29 degrees of Capricorn. Guess where Pluto is? 29 degrees of Capricorn. Pluto is on his Jupiter. That's interesting. Saturn. His Saturn is at 2 degrees of Aries. Guess where the North Node is? 2 degrees of Aries. He might lose, y'all. Now that I look at it, he might lose, but that doesn't mean he is. All right. Like I said, I'm not going to make a prediction because I don't think it's real, but he could lose. That's crazy. Man, that's crazy. And then his Uranus is at 4 degrees of Aquarius. Is there anything that we need to look at with that? The North Nodes are sextile to that. I'll say this, that he looks out for everybody. The stuff that he does, yeah, he makes money. Jake Paul is fake and all this other shit, but Jake Paul looks out for people. You need to understand that about him. is what he's doing. Whatever it is that he's doing, his business plan is not just to benefit him. He benefits those fighters. What else could Mike Tyson do that's going to make him $20 million in one night right now at 58 years old? What else can Anderson Silva's old ass do to make him $5 million in one night, and he ain't had a fight for $5 in the last 5 years, 10 years? Woodley, Tyron Woodley, washed up in the UFC. Never was considered a knockout striker. You see this shit? Some of y'all be missing out on this shit, but like, he looks out for his people, for the people that he's looking out for. Like, that's what he does. Like, whatever this event is, it's also an opportunity for him to put money in these people's pockets. Not only pocket some money for himself, but to put some money in these pockets and give them a payday. What he does for Emmanuel Serrano is very noble. Whether you like Jake Paul or not, and I don't, not his personality. What he does for Emmanuel Serrano is fucking honorable. She would never make the money she makes, millions of dollars. Clarissa Shields is the baddest motherfucker in the world and don't make money like Emmanuel Serrano. Why? Because she's with Jake Paul. All of those dudes he's fought made more money in that one whop than they've ever made. Tommy Fury is not even a fucking prospect. If he was fighting in the real ranks of the WBC or the IBF or the WBO or the WBA, he would be 100th. He would be getting paid $2,000 or $3,000 to fight just because of his name, and he would get paid way less than that if he didn't have the name Fury on him. So for him to make $2 million in one night is life changing. It changed everything for him. It changed everything for his family. And so you just got to look at that shit like that. Like, I'm not a fan of Jake Paul, but you do got to take a step back from your personal feelings and look at things objectively. And then his Neptune is 27 degrees of Capricorn. So everything's hitting his Neptune too. This full moon is trying his Neptune. Uranus is trying his Neptune. Neptune is sextile to his Neptune, and Pluto is conjunct to his Neptune. And that's Capricorn. This is very interesting. I didn't even think about none of that. Like, I didn't get, and then his Pluto is 4 degrees of Sagittarius. Mars is trying his Pluto. That could help him. That could help him win in a physical altercation. But it could also be dangerous for him. But what is of note is his North Node is at 2 degrees of Libra. So he's in a reverse nodal return. So the nodes are opposite to him, to his node. So he has so many aspects that no matter what happens tonight, this is the end of something for Jake Paul. See, we could see with the Scorpio energy involved, we could see that Jake Paul's full of shit, and his run as Jake Paul will be over with. Because really, he just copies Floyd's business model. For those of y'all that don't know, he makes you not like him. Jake Paul is a person who is hard to reconcile. He makes you not like him, so you root against him. So you start putting your money and betting and watching him, hoping that he'll lose. And so you start hoping that people like Nate Diaz, who's half drunk all the fucking time, can beat him up. That's not gonna happen. Nate Diaz, he doesn't knock anybody out in UFC. He fights hard. He's a gangster, but he doesn't knock anybody out. He doesn't have power. He fucks around the whole time and be high all the time. He just has a great personality. Anderson Silva's washed. Mike Tyson is 58 years old. Anderson Silva's 50 years old. Tommy Fury is nobody, and he beat Jake Paul. Nate Robinson, a basketball player, a 5'5" 5 basketball player. Look at the people that he's fought. It's money. It's money. He has a business model that he follows specifically, and y'all just fall for it. But this could be the end of it. Whether he gets knocked out, or we just realize tonight, like, this motherfucker's full of shit. He's not a real fighter. And so this right here is the beginning of the end of Jake Paul as a fighter. The shit that he says, like, people take it, one day I'm gonna fight Canelo. You're never gonna fight fucking Canelo. You're never gonna be ranked in the fucking boxing ranks. And you fighting a 58-year-old Mike Tyson is not gonna do it. You got to understand. So this is what I'm telling y'all. I because of all of these transits, and I didn't look at it until now, I really can't make a specific prediction. But what I can say is this is, whatever happens tonight is like the beginning of the end for Jake Paul. Like I said, tomorrow there's going to be some investigating, some talking, and a whole bunch of fucking shit that gets said tomorrow because of whatever happens today that changes everything. I would say that the transits are in favor of Jake Paul. There's nothing that stands out that favors Mike Tyson. But there's also bad transits that are hitting Jake Paul. There's some things that look like they could be inauspicious or adverse for Jake Paul. So I would say there's so much energy on Jake Paul's chart tonight being activated that it is very possible that he wins, and he is the favorite. So I would not bet against him if I were a betting man. All right, but it is possible for Mike to win, because this is, whatever is happening tonight is the beginning of the end of Jake Paul. All right, and for those of y'all that don't get it, like, this man is all of that Capricorn stellium he has, all of that Taurus energy. He is about business. Jake Paul is a business. He's not a fighter. Mike Tyson is a fighter. You see them Sagittarius placements? You see the Cancer placements? You see the Leo placements? Mike Tyson is a fighter, and we know that. A bully, even. And that's where his 28-degree ascendant comes in, and we'll talk about that in a second. Mike Tyson is a bully, a fighter, a gladiator. Jake Paul is a businessman. Capricorn sun. Moon and ascendant in Taurus conjunct to each other. Venus in Capricorn. Mercury in Capricorn. Mars in Libra. Jupiter in Capricorn. Do you understand? Jake Paul is a business, and he's following a business model. It's the Floyd Mayweather business model. I get attention, I do this, I get attention by my antics, by the shit I say. I make you not like me. Now you will pay to see me get whooped, when I'm not going to pick anybody that could ever whoop me. I love Floyd. Floyd is my favorite, one of my favorite fighters of all time. But I guarantee you, Floyd, when he was 37 years old, wasn't finna fight Errol Spence. He wasn't finna fight Terrence Crawford. He wasn't finna fight Keith Thurman. Wasn't finna fight Amir Khan. Not finna go in there and risk my zero. Fuck up my money forever, getting knocked out by one of these motherfuckers. Hell no. It's not how it works. So Jake Paul's model is to fight old UFC fighters. And you hate him so much that you'll believe you'll put your money behind anybody to beat him. That's Floyd. It's the Floyd Mayweather business model. But everybody can't pick up on that shit because everybody ain't privy to it. I just happen to be game tight. And I recognize it. So, astrologically, I would say the stars say this is some bullshit. But I would say Jake Paul has a lot of energy headed in his direction, both positively and negatively. So I would say the safe bet is him, which was the safe bet in the first place. But Mike could win. I don't want to advise you. I'm not giving a prediction because Mike could win, because I do feel like this is the end of Jake Paul's run, doing what Jake Paul does. Either he gets knocked out and beat up tonight, and people and that shit ain't gonna fly anymore, not as much as it did, or people just see this is some bullshit. Like, you sold us something. You didn't show us anything. You sold us some bullshit. So that's my thing for tonight. There's do I see a tie? It could be, but no. No. And if it is, that's bullshit too. That's a possible. But I mean, it could be. But all of that shit is a ruse. Mike slapping him, all that shit. Like, that shit was a ruse. All of that shit. Sell tickets. Get people to watch. Really, it's not sell tickets because it's not pay-per-view. Get people to watch. Get you to tune in. Get you to believe that Mike is going to fuck Jake Paul up. That way, you'll watch it. Because if you believe Mike is an old-ass man and Jake Paul's just going to go in there and waylay him and it's not going to be Mike Tyson, it's not. He's making money off the fact that Mike Tyson be Mike Tyson. So guess what? I need you at this press conference to be Mike Tyson. Be Mike Tyson. I don't need you sitting there smoking weed, tucking in the. I don't need the ego. I don't need you doing that shit, Mike. I need mean Mike. I need Mike that slaps people. That's what you saw in all them fucking social media fucking bullshit ass videos that fed you last night. It's like, oh, Mike is back to the old Mike. Tina, Mike knew he had been slapped. I mean, Jake knew he had been slapped because he braced himself for it. He stuck his full fucking chin out and allowed it. He knew he had been slapped. Now, Mike did have quick reflexes. I will say, Mike did have quick reflexes. If this was any other right, even if it was old Mike, Mike will beat the shit out of Jake Paul because Tommy Fury beat him. So even an old Mike could probably whoop him. But I don't think it's designed that way. We'll see. I want to be wrong. I've never been wrong, but I just think this is bullshit. I think it's to sell a fight. We'll know if they hug and shit afterwards. In most fights, you fuck the money up. If you hit the fighter that at the press conference is well known, they're not supposed to hit each other. That will fuck the money up. So we'll see. But that's my prediction. That's looking at their charts without going into the extensive reading for both of them, which I could, but I'm not going to. But Jake Paul is a motherfucking business. We're in business with Jake Paul. We know that. We should have been knowing that. Jake Paul is a businessman. Them Taurus moons are a motherfucker. Floyd's a Taurus moon too. Floyd Mayweather is a Taurus moon himself. Canelo Alvarez, business, Taurus moon. You have to forget, Canelo Alvarez is a fighter, but you got to get Canelo is the biggest business there is for Mexico. In boxing, you want to get a Canelo fight, even if you're going to get whooped. Hell, Charlo said, fuck my legacy. I want that money. Terrence Crawford is saying it right now. Fuck my legacy. I don't give a fuck. I'll move up 3 weight classes and get knocked out. I need this money. I don't need this payday. I deserve this payday. I've been top 5 pound for pound, and I don't see that. You know, I got money, but I ain't got money like Canelo got money. Fuck being top 5 pound for pound. I want to be paid. So them Taurus moons are a motherfucker, man. And we're in this Taurus full moon today. Conjunct Jake Paul's placements. So that does point out to a lot of it being the end of something, but also it's just like for him, it's about the money. And he's going to get the money regardless. And so there's a lot of shit. What if Jake Paul had somebody go bet in his name? Bet that Mike Tyson wins. Like there's so many different ways that Jake Paul could win tonight, even if he doesn't beat up Mike Tyson. That's what I mean. You have to look at the astrology. There's so many different ways that Jake Paul can win, but also he's losing something. He's losing something tonight. I will say that. This does change things for Jake Paul after tonight. So if you think that means that Mike has to win, then go put your money on Mike. If you think that that means that this is just money change and people start to see through that shit, that could be it too. And people could be pissed. If Jake Paul goes in there and beats up Mike, or Mike gets hurt or dies, people are going to be pissed. There's the boxing world is not going to ever accept him again. He will never be able to do that shit again. If something happens to Mike Tyson and Mike Tyson gets hurt tonight, you have to remember that. People are not going to forgive him for that. He's a 58-year-old man, and there's a lot of people that have already called and said, this is wrong. A lot of boxers, a lot of people say, hey, this is wrong. Of course I want Mike to win, but this is wrong. Sean Strickland just said, hey, man, this shit is wrong, bro. You wrong for this shit. Of course I'm going to watch, but your ass is wrong for this. There's so many people. I feel like it. So I only think there's so much that can happen tonight. You get what I mean? That's why I think it's staged. Like there's so many layers to this. I can't wait to watch it. But there's just so many layers to this. All right. So, are y'all ready to get into the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology? We got to do these within. We got 30 minutes to get these done. The fight starts at 4 or 5 o'clock Pacific time. It's 5 o'clock my time, so it's Pacific time. I said Pacific. When you're trying to say specific, you say Pacific. Pacifically. But when you're trying to say Pacific, now you're saying specific. So we all fucked up. What's up, free audio books? But yeah, man, that shit is a motherfucker. But the astrology, there's nothing that's necessarily against Mike. Let me look at this one more time. Yeah, there is. But there's not anything that's like really, really bad that sticks out that's against Mike Tyson. But there's a lot of shit energetically being activated for Jake Paul. What is my son doing? Hold on. Oh, he's taking the dog out. All right. Now, when we talk about most potent aspects, I want y'all to understand. I'm going to look at each one of these differently because each one of these, like, whether it be in transit, whether it be in a natal chart, whether it be in synastry, they have a certain amount of prominence to them. All right. And there are so many different aspects that I could only put 5 on here. And I actually have 2 honorable mentions before I even get into the top 5. And so I'm going to go through these briefly. This is not going to be one of those long, drawn-out things where I can elaborate for 30 minutes on each one of them. But I'm going to briefly tell y'all the top 5 and tell you why I think they belong in the top 5, how they got here, and then we'll move on. But also understand I could do another top 5 and another top 5 because there's so many aspects that could hit differently. But these are the top 5, or really the top 7 that I really feel like stick out for people and really help people. All right. Hold on. And so, without further ado, let's get into the first honorable mention on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. And this right here is Mars sextile to Jupiter. And man, let me tell you about Mars sextile to Jupiter. See, it's not too much. A trine would be too much sometimes. You have all of this will, you have all of this energy, and it can be too much sometimes. But a sextile is where something is more synthesized. It's something you can work with, right? And so when you see Mars sextile to Jupiter in a natal chart, what that's going to give a person is competency. It gives a person the will to win. It gives people certain blessings when it comes to abilities also. Certain physical gifts that allow them to compete. All right. And I'm not going to, this is not made up of a whole bunch of my placements, but I do have Mars sextile to Jupiter. I do, and I know. It's one of the tightest aspects in my chart. My Mars is in Capricorn in my 4th house, sextile to my Jupiter and Pisces in my 6th house. And there's a lot of stuff that's in me that makes me be able to stand up to just about anything or anybody. You get what I'm saying? That's where that Mars in Capricorn in the 4th house kind of sticks out there. And it's Jupiter and Pisces in the 6th house. I have natural gifts too. But the grit that's in me, the drive that's in me with the Capricorn is what allows those spiritual gifts and those natural abilities that I have with Jupiter really play out for me. You understand? And so when you see Mars sextile to Jupiter, you're going to hear stories sometimes when you people say, well, oh, that man right there has Mars-Jupiter aspects. And so they be like, oh, Mars-Jupiter aspects means he might be packing a little something. And I'm packing a lot of something. But we ain't going to get into that, right? It's not about that. It's not about that. But you also hear, when I give an interpretation of Mars sextile to Jupiter, I feel like a person can compete in just about anything. That doesn't mean you can win everything, but you can compete in just about anything. All right? And you're the type of person who you focus on what you want. You're focused on what you want. When you have Mars sextile to Jupiter. And so when you're focused on what you want all of the time, a lot of times you're able to get a lot of that. Mars sextile Jupiter is one of those aspects that's really helpful in making a person be productive. See, you can have natural gifts. And Mars trine Jupiter can give you some natural gifts. But that sextile makes you be able to work with them. See, there's so many people that have so much potential and gifts, but fuck that. What you gonna do with it? That's the thing. Look at me. I have Jupiter and Pisces in the 6th house. You want to speak to my spiritual gifts that we talk about, my gift of understanding, the stuff I've been through? Hey, it's right there. But what do I do with it? I work with it. From home. Mars in Capricorn in the 4th house. And I'm the best at what I do. I take those spiritual gifts that I have and I make myself the fucking best at what I do. I'm not the absolute best astrologer in the whole world, even though that's my opinion. But I'm the best at what I do. You dig? That is not AA. That's somebody else. What's up, Zyla? But yeah, man. Mars sextile to Jupiter is natural gifts, but also the will to do something with them. The will to do something with them. That's a beautiful aspect to see. And it's a very strong aspect. Like when somebody has Mars sextile to Jupiter, it's something that's going to play out in their life. All right. Now, the other honorable mention on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. This is people who have their sun trine to their moon. Now, Y'all gonna think I'm wrong. But I have this one too. I promise this isn't made up of my placements. I promise. I don't have any more besides this. But this just happens to be here, all right? But sun trine to the moon. I actually tell people when I give their reading, I tell them that seeing the sun trine to the moon is probably one of the nicest influences that you can see in their natal chart. It really is. Because this makes people comfortable in their own skin. And then when it's sun trine moon in synastry, it makes you comfortable in that person's presence. You feel comfortable to be you. And that's a beautiful influence to have in synastry. It's somebody where you don't have to pretend or project. You can just be you and they accept you and they love you for you. Y'all can be authentic around each other. That's something that is rare. It's rare. And then in a transit, when the sun is trying to your moon, it's just like, hey, that ain't a bad day. Everything is kind of cool that day. It's running smoothly. You are running smoothly. So the day is running smoothly. It comes down to what's going on inside of you and the energy of it all. But it's just like things are running smoothly. You all right. You're in your element. All right. And then when you see it in the natal chart, it's also resilience. You're like the proverbial cat that always lands on its feet. And you harvest experiences and you store it away, and then that becomes an asset for you. And so nothing really destroys you. It's just like, man, you know what? You're able to take things in stride, and you're very comfortable with who you are and wherever your life is headed, because you just kind of are all right with who you are. And that makes things easier. There's so many people that are not all right with who they are, and you're naturally all right with who you are from the inside out. But in synastry, that adds a level of comfortability that's really refreshing. And then in transit, that's just a day where things are going smoothly. You feel okay, so things are going smoothly. And if it's earth, it means you're working. You're working and you're productive. It's just water, you feel okay, and things are, you're expressing yourself fine. There's nothing that's getting in the way of that. And that doesn't mean you're not having feelings. It just means you're expressing yourself healthily. When it's air, your interactions with other people are pleasant, and so your day is pleasant. And so you just see how that plays out, and it's one of those aspects that's really refreshing to see. And for me, it's one of the things that really helps me be me. Me being a Cancer sun in the 9th house, a Pisces moon in the 5th house, like that kind of just goes together. I'm that type of person. And it is contradictory. Yes, I'm emotional and empathic, but I'm also passionate, and I'm also outgoing. Hell, I'm an outgoing introvert, as we all know. I don't fuck with people in day-to-day life. I don't go out and seek out anybody's company. I stick to myself. But when you do engage with me, I am engaging, maybe even entertaining. You see how that goes out? But I'm just comfortable with me, and I'm able to express my feelings in a way that a lot of people don't. That's what people come here for, is the authenticity and the vulnerability, the relatability, and the vibe that comes from that. Like, man, that vibe right there is special, and it's because I'm comfortable being me. Makes you feel comfortable being you. There's no need for pretense. Hey, I need some of y'all to hit that super sticker, that super thanks, and that super chat. I need y'all to hit that fucking cash app. We've been here for 4 hours. Ungrateful sons of bitches. And then let's quickly get into the price list top 5, because I gotta go. Fuck this. 15 minutes and I'm out of here. And so number 5 on the list of the price list, top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. This is Venus trine to Jupiter. And this is probably the luckiest aspect out of all of them when you want to talk about luck and blessings. But here's the thing. It's the confidence and the optimism that this placement naturally instills in a person that facilitates that luck You think it's luck, kind of, but it's really just optimism. It's being open to good things happening to you and allowing, but it's also momentum. Venus trying to Jupiter is momentum. You know how to get one positive thing flowing with the next positive thing that get flowing with the next positive thing. So you can create some incredible momentum in your life. But that also means that this is only number 5, because if you get going in a negative direction, it's hard to stop the snowballing. But if you can get things headed in the right direction, this is where you get win after win after win after win after win after win after win. That's Venus trying to Jupiter. And then when you look at it in synastry, this is where you fuck around and get exactly what you asked for, and you love it. You know, with Venus trying to Jupiter, this means this is not only good to you, it's also good for you. And this is something that's gonna really blossom. When you look at a transit, if you got a day where Venus is trying to your Jupiter, that's a good fucking day. You might get some money, so you might have some fun. There's so much things. It depends on what placements you have. But Venus trying to Jupiter is going to represent luck and positivity. Positivity. Now, it can be overindulgence and all that shit, because there can be too much of a good thing, but we'll worry about that. Hell, I want too much of a good thing, don't you? Shit. I wish I had too much motherfucking money. My only problem is I got too much dick. Oh, my bad. My bad. Pause. I took it too far. My bad. But yeah. Venus trying to Jupiter is lucky as fuck, man. But it's confidence and optimism that really make that blossom. It's momentum, it's money, it's love. Think about it. That's Venus and Jupiter. It's learning, money, love, positivity. It's all of that shit. That's blessed. You got Venus trying to Jupiter in your natal chart, you're blessed in a motherfucker. You know it. If you and a person have Venus trying Jupiter, if your Venus is trying to a person's Jupiter or vice versa, hey, man, that right there is going to be something that's good for y'all. And it's like, it's an upgrade. You're going to feel like you're upgrading. This is better. Better than you've had or better than you deserve, but it's better. And then as far as on a transit, and you have this happening for you in your chart, Venus is trying to your Jupiter. Hell, if Venus is trying to Jupiter universally, that means it ain't going to be too bad of a day. It ain't going to be a whole bunch of bullshit that day. It's going to be a day of indulgence and fun and positivity and abundance. Venus trying to Jupiter is abundance. Abundance. So that's beautiful. Now, number 4 on our list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. This is Mercury square to Mars. Look, what we have here is a conflict in communication. See, Mercury square to Mars kind of makes a person have either they have an attitude or it seems like they have an attitude. Sometimes they have an attitude, but other times it seems like they have an attitude, so they get misinterpreted a lot. They can come across as off-putting. You know what I'm saying? But I would also say Mercury square to Mars makes a person seem like they're combative or biting in the way that they talk. And this kind of breeds misunderstandings and arguments. And I would also say Mercury square to Mars gives a person a very quick mind, but their mind is so quick that they jump to conclusions. That creates issues. You jump into fucking conclusions. Now, when you see in synastry with Mercury square to Mars, you're going to see people who bicker a lot, and they have a hard time. You know, there might be some arguments, and there might, you know, it might feel like this person talks disrespectfully. But some people get turned on by that shit. All right? And then that's also how some people get taught to stand up for themselves. Shit. And then when you have a day where Mercury is square to Mars, this is just going to be one of those days where you kind of have conflicts in communication with people. It's just like you arguing, you feel like you're constantly arguing with people, or you feel like people are offending you, and you're taking it some type of way. But I also say you got to be careful with Mercury square to Mars. This is where people hit people behind things that were said. You could have just been talking, and now that Mars is in the mix, now motherfucker done popped off and slapped you, or vice versa. Motherfucker was talking, and you didn't all of a sudden took it straight to action when it should have been a verbal altercation in the first place. So you just got energy right there is very dangerous, but it is very potent. It's not one of those energies that happens subtly, whether in a natal chart, whether it be in synastry, or whether it be in transit. It's not going to be a subtle energy. It's not what something might happen. No, there's going to be some arguments. There's going to be some shit talking. There's going to be some frustrations when it comes to communication. There's going to be some misunderstandings. Either you're misunderstanding people because you're jumping to conclusions, or people are misunderstanding you because they're jumping to conclusions. But that is something that is definitely in the mix with that. All right. Now, one of y'all needs to hit the motherfucking... Man. Y'all got me so motherfucking fucked up tonight. I'm trying to let you make it, though. But, that brings us to number 3. Number 3 on the list of the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. This is Moon square to Saturn. And I actually have this one too. God damn. But look, Moon square to Saturn. This one right here equates to either harsh circumstances growing up, or a lack of nurturing that makes a person develop toughness and accountability. All right. And so when you look at that natally, you can look at me. I have Moon square to Saturn. I lost my mom. I found my mom dead when I was young. Right. And so I had to learn everything the hard way. Nobody was going to hold my hand, and nobody was going to come save me. And I used to resent people for that. Now I'm happy. It made me strong. But when I used to be in situations that I got myself into when I was younger, and I could see my friends getting themselves in those situations, they could just call their mom. That shit used to piss me off. I used to be very jealous of people. Like when you could just call your mom, I might not have showed it to you, but that shit bothered me. Like I would start talking shit to you, like, oh, you could just call your mom, you little soft ass little baby bitch. Because you can't just call your mom. And so Moon square to Saturn is something that really in your life, it makes you kind of harsh, or it makes you feel like the world is harsh, but that what makes you tough. You do develop toughness. You do become an accountable person from this right here. And then when you look at it from synastry, when it's Moon square to Saturn, this is a person that makes you uncomfortable. Not in an uncomfortable, like in a creepy way. Right? Not like, oh, this person creeps you out or weirds you out. It's just like this person holds you accountable. It makes you uncomfortable. And that's good. It's not going to be fun all the time. It's going to be hurtful. And it's going to be some stuff in relationships that really feel fucked up because of that. But if you're involved with someone that holds you accountable, then a lot of times it makes you hold yourself to a better standard. If that makes sense. You really hold yourself to a higher standard in between that. All right. And when it's a day, when you're having a transit and the moon, and this is only going to last for a few hours out of a day. When the moon is square to your Saturn, it just feels like things are harder for you than they have to be. It's where that's going to be a time, a few hours of your day where you're going to have to grit it out. But you got it in you. You got to find it in you. It's going to take some time for you to grit it out. But it's something that's undeniable. And this is number 3 because of the strength that it has in a natal chart. When somebody has moon square to Saturn, it means something. You're not going to have moon square to Saturn and you had an easy life growing up with a whole bunch of nurturing and a whole bunch of hand holding and kissing. No, nobody's going to hold my hand. I had to realize that at some point. Nobody fucking holds my hand to do nothing. And as much as I bitched about it, all I did was slow down my own progress, worrying about what everybody else had going on. When I started holding myself accountable, when I stopped using my mom's death as an excuse, when I grew the fuck up, and it's like my life got better. That's my circumstance. That's kind of how it is. But yeah, moon square Saturn is one of those ones where it can be rough on you. And the moon is squared to your Saturn twice a month, right? Twice a month for a few hours. But I bet you could look back and see how that affected you. Hey, I need a few of y'all to hit that motherfucking like button if you haven't yet. Hit that super sticker, the super thanks, or the super chat. And I need you to hit my motherfucking Cash App that's pinned right there. I need that. I need that shit. I had to give my son some shoes. The moon is in Taurus. Y'all need to spend a little something. Yeah, I said it. Now, number 2 on the list of the price list, top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. This is Venus conjunct to the ascendant. Have you ever dealt with somebody who has Venus conjunct to the ascendant? Do you yourself have Venus conjunct to your ascendant? I'm going to be honest. Venus conjunct to the ascendant is like confidence to the point of conceit. But it's also charm, attractiveness, and appeal. And then when it comes to synastry, that's instant attraction. Instant attraction. I'm attracted to you. That doesn't mean I should be with you or like you. I'm attracted to you. It's attraction. It's something that's going to be there. It's not passable. It's there. Venus conjunct to the ascendant is attraction. In a person, it's attractiveness. In transit, it's instant confidence. I had one of my students telling me the other day, hey, I want Venus to be conjunct in my first house again. I want Venus to be conjunct to my ascendant, and I've never felt more beautiful. I've never felt more pretty. And I'm telling y'all, when Venus was in my first house a couple months ago, like, you couldn't tell me nothing. You couldn't tell me nothing because I felt like I looked good. And as Deion Sanders said, when you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you play good. Right? Maybe that's what's wrong today. Or always, whatever. But that's what I was on. I was feeling the confidence. But it can also make a person conceited and vain. Right here, you're worried about the appearance of things too much. There's Venus in the first house. I appreciate the love, Angel Dust. I appreciate the love. But yeah, plain and simple. Venus conjunct to the ascendant is confidence to the point of conceit, but it's also charm, attractiveness, and appeal. In synastry, it's instant attraction. In transit, it's instant confidence. No ifs, ands, or buts. Now, it could be different signs. You can say, well, if it's in Capricorn, is it still going to be conceit? Yeah, it's just a different type of confidence. It's pretentiousness. You start to see Virgo and Capricorn in the first house or on the ascendant, and somebody has Venus conjunct to that. That's when they think they're better than you. Think they're smarter than you. They think they're above you. But you feel it, though. You feel it, though, and it's there. It's tact. I appreciate the love, Tina Claire Marie. That's love. We're 4 hours into this shit. Now, number 1 on the list of the price list top 5 most potent aspects in astrology. This is where we're at right now. This is the sun opposite to the moon, or a full moon. Now, in synastry, you can't have that. But when they have their sun opposite to your moon in synastry, let's just say it's like this. It's like you project. There's projections. Like, there's some stuff you actually feel, but a lot of that is projections, and your projections to the expectations as we talk about it, and that ends up being an issue. But on a day that the moon is full, what you have right there is an emotional release. There's a lot of tension between, or they're in opposition to each other, which means they're as far apart as they can get from each other, between the sun and the moon, right? And so when they're in that expression right there, the tension that's created from that, from what you're expressing and what you're feeling, is an issue. Or what you need to do and what you feel like doing. Like, all of that plays out. Then when you see in a natal chart somebody who was born on a full moon, like, you can see how that plays out. People that are born on full moons are, and I wanted to say new moon, but new moons just aren't as powerful. You look at the people that were born on full moons. Look at Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, right? Look at Michael Jackson, full moon. These people are people that not only are just different people, these are people that are once in a lifetime, or once in a, not even a lifetime, several generations. Michael Jackson's been dead for 15 years. And my 9-year-old son knows Michael Jackson's voice as soon as he hears it. It's not because I listen to Michael Jackson. I don't know how he knows. Knows who Michael Jackson is as a child. When somebody's born on a full moon, it's different, man. It hits different. For real. It makes them complicated people, though. Don't get it twisted. They're not just this person who's popular and powerful. Like, they're complicated. Donald Trump is complicated. Kamala Harris is complicated. Michael Jackson is complicated. Smoldering Embers, if you're watching, you're complicated. When you're born on that full moon, you're a complicated person, because there's one thing that you feel and the other thing that you're playing out projectively. Sometimes you project how you feel onto the next person and you just act out the projection. It's a trip when you're born on that full moon, man. But yeah, the full moon, the sun opposite to the moon, is universally, hands down, the most powerful aspect in astrology. In a natal chart, in transit, universally, in anything. And hell, I've seen a lot of people, when the sun is opposite to their moon, that's when they die. I ain't trying to scare you, like, that happens like once a year. All right, but I'm saying it's possible. It's possible. But yeah, that's the PrIcElEs top 5 most potent aspects. We'll come with a different top 5 next week. But yeah, I had so much information that I had to convey today that I had to come like this. So does anybody have anything they want to say before we go? I wish y'all would hit that Cash App, but I got to go. I've been here as long as I can be. If you're interested in any astrological readings whatsoever, don't ever get at me in these comments. You got to get at me in my email, which is mr.turner1300@gmail.com. That's MR.TURNER1300@gmail.com. That's whether it's natal chart readings, and I do those in audio recordings or on phone calls or in Zoom sessions where we are on camera together, face to face, interactively working it out together. I do synastry readings in all of the same formats, audio, phone call, or Zoom. I do solar return readings in all of the same formats, recording, audio, or Zoom, or phone call, or Zoom. I do Pluto through Aquarius transit journey readings, which is one of the baddest motherfuckers you have ever got. And I'm the only person in the world that offers these. You got to understand. And Pluto's about to go back into Aquarius on Monday. So if you want to know what Pluto's going to be doing in Aquarius over the next 20 years to you, you got to get at me. All right? Because not only am I going to look at Pluto's journey through Aquarius and talk about what's going on universally, I'm going to look at every aspect that Pluto makes to your personal placements over the next 20 years. And I'm going to give you an assessment of the changes that could possibly be occurring for you. But I'll also give you specific dates and time frames that you're going to be in aspect for these aspects. And you have to understand, those Pluto aspects last anywhere from a year to 10 years. And so there's some of those where you're going through some intense life-changing periods and you want to know why you're going through these crazy changes in this area of your life. Well, I'm going to let you know. This is what's going down for you, player. It's Pluto. What's up, Phyllis? But yeah, that is something that I am the only person in the world that offers, and it's one of my favorite things to do. I get into God mode when I'm do it. I also do numerology readings, and that's actually my most popular service right now. And those are on sale right now too. All right, there is a discount for the numerology readings right now, and it's just going on for the month of November. So you need to get at me immediately if you haven't got a numerology reading yet. That's also my most affordable service. But hey, this is priceless shit. That don't mean it's gonna be cheap. Yeah. I'm also accepting one more apprentice. I haven't received the initial deposit for the people that are prospectively trying to join. So I'm going to be accepting until I receive that first deposit. When I receive that first person's deposit, I'm cutting off everybody else because I can only handle one more student. This takes up a lot of time and energy for me to put the curriculum together and also teach you this stuff, because we're going to have to go through our sessions once a week, and we're going to have reading sessions after that. And so putting together a curriculum that lasts for several months is not easy. This is something extensive. And I also have the PrIcElEs package, which means you can put me in your pocket as your personal astrologer. We'll meet up once a week for an hour. We'll give you all of your transits, which I will keep track of myself. That means I'm going to keep track of everything going on for you astrologically. I will keep you on point with everything coming up. You'll know what's happening, and I'll give you all the tools you need to handle it accordingly. But I'll also have a session in each one of those sessions where we're going to open the floor up. If you met somebody new, if you want to look up at something, you want to look at your mama's chart, you want to see if your ex or your current is cheating or whatever the fuck you got going on, you can get at me for that. All right? It's me in your pocket as your personal astrologer. You want to know how to bet on a fight or to bet on a sports thing, you got me. You got me. All right? And so I appreciate everybody's love and support. This has been a great session. Beats, do you want to put me in your pocket or not? It depends on which pocket you put me in. Now, I can't be in your back pocket. That's Diddy. I can be in your hip pocket. Put me in your wallet. That's better. Put me in your wallet. But I love y'all. I'm out. Y'all don't appreciate shit